lot of people appreciating the West, right? But a lot of people getting depressed in the East because it's so there's no natural signs. I feel like, or like natural gathering points that are like the center focal point of attention, rather than the life of work being the center focal point of attention. Like in Courthouse, the lake was the center focal point of attention, and work was like secondary to that. And it was like work that was like your means of getting access to the lake and all the varying activities. And it was like more meaningful for that reason. But here it's like also maybe because there's more options of what you can do. Like it's not that there weren't those same options there, but there was like the whole community was oriented around the same thing, around enjoying the lake and the nature, right? So it felt also easier to align yourself if you got off track, I think, and easier to have a community that didn't disconnect as much. Like it just like that community element of, and as well as like a natural shrine kind of thing going on. I think those two things I was thinking about are like very foundational to a strong, healthy community versus a disconnected one. And like I find it hard to imagine that even a place like DC, right, that has the central element, I know that for some people it is meaningful in a shrine kind of way, but it is also like still like lacking a natural element that I feel like is inherent to people. But maybe, but I'm also finding that not everyone feels that connected to nature in that way, in a flow state kind of way, and I'm wondering is that a something that is disconnected in them, or is that something that is just natural and inherent to them in their flow state that is just like meant to be and shouldn't be messed with, in the sense of like we shouldn't like put someone who doesn't do well in the sun out in the sun, versus as well as we shouldn't put someone who needs the sun out in the cloudy jungle or something. I don't know. But like there's some ambiguity, at least in my mind, around a lot of things like that.
Well, yeah, right now the problem is people are living to work rather than working to live, which is your Tahoe example. And I really do think it's because the giant transnationals now are more powerful than the countries. And they're just in the prisoner's dilemma racing to the bottom. So they know the solution. The solution, we all know it. Working 4 hours a week is all we really need to do. But we're in these toxic combinations. So I think somehow in our group here,
Work 4 hours a week.
yeah, and getting back down to that flow state, like it seems like we're about 700% off track with our species, which is roughly flow state, right? So if our group here can say, okay, if you work 4 hours in one world spirit and you do these blessings, then it's the equivalent of $120,000 in Canada or whatever, like the above average. Like they calculated a number that creates optimal sort of happiness per unit dollar, and that means it's efficient and it's optimal. Because you can give somebody $1 million and they'll be happy for a while, but per dollar, the cheapest you can pay somebody and still get these very positive, emotionally resilient results is around 100, somewhere between $90,000 and $120,000 Canadian. So we have to find that number for every country on earth in their currency, and then we pay a dollar. We base a dollar on that, and depending on the choices of the
Never made more than $20,000 in a year, and I don't know how the heck I've survived off of that. Well, I mean, that explains why I'm in debt by about 15 grand, but also like still like that's kind of crazy, but also like I got lucky in the sense of I had no tuition for college.
Well, no, the biggest advantage you have is family.
Yeah, I mean, that just being able to spend time here and not have to pay rent. Yeah.
Pay rent, having emotional support, having them cultivate your mentality so that you were able to get a scholarship to go to those schools and not get tuition. Like they've made the risk of migrating so that you could be in the United States, and they probably risked their lives, like your dad. Like really, Hegel says the unit of civil society in the state is family, and that's why people who have destroyed families are usually homeless. And usually a lot of people.
If I chose not to come home. Uh, and my friend, my good friend Corey, who lives in Tahoe, who is homeless, he lives out of his car. Um, but he enjoys it. Like that's his flow state. If it makes sense. Um, and it's being homeless out west is much more possible because of the public land. And van life like being more popular, like living out of your car is more allowed out west than it is in the East Coast. Like the police would not put up with that shit out here. It's very hard to you're more likely to be homeless like on foot, I guess, out in the forest probably somewhere than in a car out east. But it's just because all the land is privatized. And that's another really annoying factor. It's all the privatized land. There's no public fucking land out here. And that's really dampening the human spirit. Jesus. And the parks that are here are so like manicured allergy fests. But anyway, uh, what was I saying? What was my initial thought? Sorry.
You're talking about how making things fair with you being disabled in some sense to current society standards would cause you to have been homeless by now.
Oh, yeah. I would have definitely been homeless if I didn't choose to come home because I started going into debt once inflation started hitting me. I was breaking even every month before that, but then I think around, I'd say April 2022 is when inflation started to get bad enough that I couldn't keep up anymore.
That's right. So I really think we're at the stage now where we've proven that the ELMs work. And they don't look like they're working, right? It's like everybody's kind of being quiet, and except for Sahan today, and the Chizzy's not going. But the reality is we're getting nuclear. We're getting to the real issues now. Real sharing, real religious beliefs, like real. Whereas in the beginning, if we kept it superficial, yeah, oh, happy, happy, happy. But now it's like, oh, everybody's tiptoeing a little bit because they want to do this superficial thing. And
Which gives me a thought, aside, I have a problem with the languaging of God because, like, is what is God as like their word, and also, um, can you really call the divine idea God? And like, is that going to be confusing compared to other people's conceptualizations of God, or is that a good idea to press that as like as a clarification of the word God instead? But also, that makes me I'm just very uncomfortable with the word God there maybe I don't know. I need some cheesy placement clarification discernment around God still, but like in a very like cheesy-esque kind of ordering sense.
okay, I'm just I'm updating the Chizzy list. So there's like 5 things that you can do now with your turn, and one of them I'm saying is you can ask for a new, like you can ask a question, right? But we can also say, what is most nuclear for you off of the last session? That would be another way to spark the conversation. Um, and there's another part about Prado, where it's like people will start to avoid the conversation, like Uswa and Nawaz are avoiding the conversation and not really engaging as what we would call sidq. Sidq. With sidq, you're supposed to pursue truth with honesty, right? And they're not doing that. So Nawaz is doing a little bit more. But yes, your question is your nuke, right? You're saying, well, I don't like this God word being associated with the divine idea because you want to keep it clean, but for your meta mode. But everybody will have a label for it. So art will hate the word God. They'll want to have the word divine idea will have the word probably muse to it, or absolute, or probably the muse of being. It's probably what they're going to call divine idea. Christianity will call it the Father. Islam will call it Allah, or one of the 99 names of Allah. There's actually one of the 99 names that represent it pretty well, actually. There's one that represents pure being really well, too. That's why I know Islam has universal logic in it, is those names are pretty good. They're just fragmented. They're out of order. So one of the first things that I'll do in the global Quran studies is reorder the 99 words of God in terms of the actual order of God's being. And then Christianity is another version of it, but it's more fragmented. And then with philosophers, of course, it'll be Parmenides and it'll be Socrates and Aristotle and those guys. And then for science, it will be the inner contradictions of empiricism. And then genuine wisdom will be the words just plain in themselves, the foundational words. So, I'm going to upgrade Chizzy. Like, we've had like 6 different upgrades from just this one meeting today. I'm super happy with it.
Oh, yeah, that is awesome. And I think that we made a lot of progress. But also, yeah, that's 2 things came up for me. How do you recognize that you're having a divine thought or a God thought? And also, 2, how do you sublate the scientific contradictions of empiricism that you're talking about? Or how do you sublate that meta mode?
Well, one of them is, how do you know you have a God thought? Is if it fits in with the trinity of a notion of universal, particular, and individual, and that you recognize the universal, particular, individual in any concept, and that the relation between those is also a syllogism. So that's one.
I thought there. I was going to ask you for clarification on where to place universal, individual, and particular in Chizzy as well. I was thinking that earlier.
Yeah, that was another one exactly. I think one of the next words we can place is those, and we can also start talking about the syllogism a little bit more, because Islam was actually pretty big on syllogisms, and so was Christianity, not so much, except for scholasticism. There were a couple of scholastic Catholics that were big on it. Like Thomas Aquinas actually might be the best one, which is where Sahan can come in. Oh, Sahan, we didn't do an update on your research on the Catholic universities, and also we found out, Marlena, that there's something called Father Justin, which is the chatbot of the Catholics. I think that might be one of the best places to get universal logic into AIs right there, because the Pope is really freaked out about it, which is a good thing, because it means he's going to take it seriously. So the Catholics might be one of the best places to get universal logic into AI right away. We'll call it God AI or Spirit AI or Divine AI.
I wish that Blaine ended up working for AI, but I feel like, I don't know, we'll see what Blaine's role will be in the fate of the future, but Blaine is highly trained in coding AI stuff. He's hacking into video monitors our freshman year of college in my dorm room and shit. It was freaky, but he majored in cybersecurity and in computer science and Spanish, and then now he's getting his PhD in linguistics, right? And doing the dictionary on the dying language out somewhere in Indonesia. And I still have the sugar he gave me from their palm trees, which is really cool. But he would totally fit into One World Spirit. I just I don't know how to engage with people that are hard to engage with, in the sense of they're so on track with their own.
Oh, here. I got it, Marlena. I got it. So why don't tonight, tonight, I want to do like three big updates, right? I want you guys to say one major thing that would compress time the most for you. Then talk about have you put at least one name on your flock, and so that will be your one name is this guy. What was his name?
Blaine Billings. You always mess up his name.
Yeah, I know.
Blaine Billings.
Right. So what if we went up to this guy and said, "Hey, look, what if we finished your research project in 1/50 at the time? Would you want to join our thing?" And then say, "What's one thing that we could prove to you that we could do your project in 1/50th of the time?" And get him to send it to us, and I'll look at it and I'll do it in 1/50th of the time.
Yeah, you probably could, honestly. He's literally just cataloging and doing the like linguistic breakdowns of word. He's building a dictionary for a language. That's all.
Yeah, so ask him that. So maybe tonight we'll have an update on that. So I'll write that as your update on asking him for a how do we finish his project.
Where's he going?
They'll go on the wisdom teams. It's Megacrisis team, right?
Yeah, but I'm asking like like where are you writing this down?
I'm writing it down in my own my own notebook. I'm writing it down in like Linux notes. I haven't uploaded it yet to the, but I do want to start getting the folders
I
going.
was wondering if there's a way that we can incorporate another possible upgrade is not just idea tracking but also like a person who's coordinated ideally this would be I guess the relationship builder and or strategist or both following up with right at the end of the meeting presenting everyone with a list like that, like the inspired to-do list, but giving them something to leave with, like that's concrete at the end of the meeting. That way, because I feel like the meeting itself, like while it's got its own anchor and structure, right? It's not necessarily inspiring people into direct action right away. Like you are telling people like, oh, think about this and think about that, right? But I think they need it like written down somewhere and presented to them in a way that they can keep and look at over and over again. Does that make sense? And that could be an offering of One World Spirit is the inspired to do list at the end of every meeting as a flow goal even itself.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. And if we're all doing the same actions, it doesn't feel like everybody's being picked on. So I think doing the blessings, doing the meeting flow rules, doing the flock updates, and actually, I think almost all the conversations will come around like, why didn't you build your flock? That's gonna be the next question. I was gonna do it today, but I wanted to hear Sahan instead. I'm gonna say, why didn't you build your flock? I've asked like 4 times, right? And then we'll get each person's answers, and the answer is gonna be like, well, I don't trust it. Like I wanted to talk about professionalism in with Uswa, and because if we make it really professional, then it gets stale. And we have a really good blend right now where it's like it's
There's been at least to my brain, my brain might be an outlier though, but so keep that in mind. But my brain lately has been feeling a staleness in the sense of repetitiveness. My brain really craves novelty, and that is what keeps the spirit alive in me. So lately, there's been a lack of novelty in the meetings. So I've been feeling very like my brain's kind of tuning out lately during the meetings naturally.
yeah, and that's because the nuclear dialectics. Well, that's why I think you came in. Like when you came in at right at seven, you did come in at like 7:01. I tracked it. I was looking right at the clock when you came in, but I didn't want to argue with you on it. I think your brain's doing that because you want to be right at like the limit of something. Because right when you're on the limit, that's where the nuclear. That's where you go.
It was right at 9. I had the alarm go off at 9, and then I came in right after. I turned off the alarm, and then I came in right after. So on my phone, it was right at 9.
Maybe. But it should be 1 minute before 9. But you came in right on the like you're pushing right on the. Huh?
I know now better.
Yeah, but you're setting the alarm like right on the limit, right? So it's like it's where nullity or sublation happens. And I feel like the mind does that to create, it's that liminal space to create novelty, to create controversy, to challenge the limit, to be what if, devil's advocate. I notice that you do that whenever you are getting bored. And
Yeah, my brain does like create like chaos in that sense. For me, to just have like, I don't know if it's a dopamine hit or what, but I don't like that part of my, like, I don't like that that happens, and I've been feeling bored lately, of feeling like, and that's not good, because I'm afraid that I'm just going to do something that I regret, like, that I'm unconsciously doing, too, like, I'm not consciously choosing to do that, which is even scarier, so, like, I don't, like, I feel like I have, like, an ADHD chaos gremlin, essentially, that craves novelty to an extreme, and if I don't satisfy that novelty factor, then I self-destruct or something like that.
yeah, we all kind of have that to a certain degree, but there's a sort of carelessness that you do. Like everybody wants to do that to a certain degree, but people restrain themselves because they have a better picture of the whole, like what's good for the whole. But it seems like that picture of the whole doesn't matter to you as much, which is why your social justice feels kind of hollow sometimes. But it's not really hollow, it's just a lack of wisdom on, I think it's a fragmented view of what actually creates goodness. So if your mind was trying to create a breakup of this, the monotony of the same structure, right? We have okay, introductions, we have flow rules, then we got check-ins, and then we got core, and then we got wisdom teams, and then we got, so you're like, oh, I want to break that up in a clever way. Uh, in some sense, it's because you are stable. Whereas you, if
I
you
think I think partially I've been craving deeper check-ins. I'll say that. I think
deeper
like
what? Deeper what?
some deeper check-ins, and that's why
Oh,
I also um push for a 2-minute default check-in time is to try and encourage people to give deeper check-ins.
well,
So
here's what I think is going to happen. I hear you, and that's very wise because I agree with you. The check-ins are kind of repetitive and becoming superficial because we're not really talking about real details, and we're also not getting enough time to think about it. Like even for me, I'm like thinking, oh, what can I say that primes the space of vulnerability? But
yeah,
here's what I think will happen.
a minute is like you don't get enough time to really like sit with yourself. You're rushing to your like ahead of yourself, just trying to get the answer, and you're not like it's not like promoting the answer from a contemplative space.
And that's why the blessing and the breathing should actually be like a nice 5 minute pause. Like it
I
should
agree.
be
Even
slower.
from a breathe, like the breathing, instead of like one breath, which I agree the one breath is very centering, is very actually grounding and centering for me. Sometimes the useless 10 seconds is a little long, but actually, if I hold on to it, it's very, very relaxing. But the like, if we also incorporated like a
Mm.
tiny like a series of breaths. That way we all regulate our breathing together, not just one breath, because then you can go back to breathing badly and doing your unconscious behavior badly, right? But if you do maybe even 1 to 2 minutes, which is really not very much time in the meeting, but will align us and regulate us, I think, a lot better and get our somatic, like everything functioning and in a more contemplative, relaxed, and compassionate led space if we like do some sort of guided breath stuff, which even I could lead if we need to, but I imagine that you would also know how to do that and just like still do the what like start it almost like my meditation teacher in college used a meditation bell to start every meditation, and that was kind of like the centering grounding thing. I would say for this group, it's already kind of established like the blessing and followed by the big deep breath. The big deep breath is like the centering grounding thing, but I would also like definitely push for like right after the big deep breath, like even maybe even 30 seconds, if not a minute, like something to just get a few cycles of breath going so everyone's kind of like together is like a very just aligning things somatically because I feel like everything I feel like there's also an embodiment problem that I'm sensing because this is all on a screen, right? And this is like we're all meeting each other virtually. So for one, a person would just put on a front, and that's what I feel like a lot of people are doing, especially if they're getting paid, right? They're just putting on a front, and it's a lot easier to do when you're not face to face with another person. Maybe. But
Well,
like also too, just like translating the stuff that's happening on the screen to real life, which is going into hypernormalization probably too. I feel like maybe doing stuff that's like all of this is very logic heavy, like mind heavy. Like we're just sitting here in front of a screen, we're not moving, we're not doing anything. Like what if we encourage like shaking our body and like releasing the tension and just like jumping up and down for a second? And like I know a lot of students do that. They do that as like their center and grounding thing, or like, but like something like that that also aligns the body somatically, which I think encourages the real life action changes. Genuinely, I really genuinely think that.
well, each person might have to do their own thing, but I think the breathing is universal. Here's my thoughts. I think that uh, you're a little bit more, you're heavy on that side, Marlon, where you don't get enough done. You're too meandering. So we have to rein that in a little bit, or else you can spend 30 minutes talking about like nothing that's going to solve the mega crisis. It might even make us lazy. It might end up just smoking weed after. So part of me is like, oh, that's dangerous territory. You want to do that because you have a lot of trauma somewhere in your DNA somewhere. So I think that the compromise here, or the sublation may be better to say, is we keep the check-in short because it's a nice way for people who don't feel trusting yet. You don't want to force them to feel like, oh, we got to be vulnerable in a bunch of people yet. But I think what will happen is if we spend like 1 minute on the check-in to do them quickly, and then just do a quick check-in to make sure somebody's not suicidal or something, that if there's a quick time compression thing we can do, we can get it out of the way right in the first 5 minutes. Most of the time is supposed to be on the wisdom teams. And that's where the vulnerability of people will come up, because when you're trying to solve a problem together, your real life circumstances will come in. Because we're going to ask people, well, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you share this? Can you share that? And that's where they're going to say, well, no, I can't do this because of this reason. And that reason will be the personal reason or the whatever reason. So in a way, the wisdom teams, when done properly, are like a check-in. And they're meaningful check-ins that go somewhere because they're targeted.
I mean, I could definitely see that. I just think there's something about the spirit of problem solving together that is like if you're in a classroom and whatever age, honestly, and you're working together as a team with a group of people, on solving problems together, right? That's what you do. But it's a bit of a different spirit than just like casually checking in and getting to know each other. Um, and I do think both are very important. I do agree that it is a somewhat of a checking thing, but it's still like 1 second, but it's still like sorry, someone knocked on my door that really jarred my attention. Um,
Well, no, think about it. Even the nice little vibe check-ins are really just doing the same thing, except gentler. So in the end, what you're talking about is what you like and what you have problems with, right? But you're doing it more individually. So the other one's more collective.
I think what I'm trying to get at is that there's something in the check-ins. There's some spirit, like an energy, like the spirit, like capital S spirit, like collective energy that comes out in the check-ins if done properly. That wouldn't come out during the wisdom tooth level kind of check-ins.
Well, I don't think so. Like, for instance, I think we sublate these. For example, number one is, I want to say this too. We need to turn our screens on during the meetings. Like right now, I'm being pretty
Yeah,
lax
it's
about it,
like
but like,
very
I'm paying people to be here. Their screen should be on because they're multitasking during the meeting,
and
right?
like that makes me that brings my stress level in the meeting down.
But here's the real problem is that Uswa can't turn on her screen. So Uso was the first one to come in without turning her screen on because religious. Now this is where it gets back to the chizzy, because their religion says that women aren't allowed to be videotaped like that. Yeah, that's why she's in here. She would be doing bless-ons right now with Abdullah and Hamza. The reason why we created the flow roll blessings is because I had to accommodate religious freedom. But
Or what religion?
Pakistan, Pakistan.
Oh, what religion is trusted?
Marlena, you've been doing chizzy with her for like 2 weeks.
I know, but I don't know what religion she came from. That was never really exclusively clear to me.
Yeah, it's Muslim. She's a Prophet Muhammad is Islam.
Yeah, I actually don't know very much about Islam. Muslims. I really, that's a big blind spot for me, honestly.
Yeah, so that's why it's good to ask questions about the chizzies and stuff. We're getting to know each other. It's like that container game that we played with the first ELMs. We're building the container now, which is your point about the check-ins a bit, is you got to flow with people to feel like what's their trust level. And we even had that trust score. So I'm doing that again and sensing, okay, all we're doing is building trust.
For the meetings like a 3, probably lately, just because I feel like we're not getting very deep in like the. I mean, lately what's it called? Wisdom tooth techniques have been better, but sometimes there's like a lot of awkward pausing, and it's just kind of like I feel like people are just trying to get through the meeting for the money, right?
Yeah.
Which is like obviously a big factor, but that's also what makes me question the ethics of paying people to do this in the first place, rather than getting people who are passionate and motivated in the first place, which I understand is difficult to do. But then that makes me question too, like, is that the proper approach if people don't naturally just want to do it? I guess, and like,
Well, here's the thing: is if we do it right. So, for example, Nawaz and Uswa are leaning out because they're like, oh, they're trying to change my beliefs and make me a Christian. They think that I'm just a Christian. Right? They don't understand the more Christian than Christian, more Muslim than Muslim, more Buddhist than Buddhist, more atheist than atheist, all these types of contradictions. But they're saying God is beyond, and we're saying no, God can be known. And this sublation point is pure being. They don't realize that yet, but pure being. So if we say Allah is the ground of everything, they're gonna be like, oh, this is amazing, and they'll start to invest more. And but then it's gonna be dominating with their meta mode, right? So I'm trying to balance right now, trying to get them to realize, oh, pure being is the beyondness of Allah that they want to believe in, right? But we have to have a more conversation to kind of do that. What were we saying?
two questions came up. How would you explain the more atheist than atheist like language, and also how would you how would you sublimate the fact that a lot of people think that God is like a force that knows things and does things, like an omniscient force that changes the course of your life, like I don't know how to explain this.
Because yeah, I hear you. It's destiny. So now the first one is, um, I just had it in terms of the atheist moment is the proof of truth, right? So the proof of truth starts off with the perfect atheist moment. The only way to get to God is through atheism, which sounds strange, right? It's a contradiction. Is that you have to negate everything. You can't believe in anything. You can't even your conception of God. You have to let go of. But then the contradiction is, where do you end up? You end up at God, the true God, which is objective science, which is God's being, which is pure being, which is immediate indeterminacy, which is the unknown, it's the Tao, it's the Brahman, it's all that.
So God directly equals pure being?
God's being, God is all of it. Like God is, imagine pure being, and then 50 stages later, that's God. And then 20 stages after that, that's divine idea or completed God. So that's how you should, God is the word we use for like the last part. It's in the last third of the doctrine of notion, but it's not complete yet. God is an object to itself. So it's like God's thinking about itself from its own consciousness is what God is. And that's a version of us. When we become self-conscious of the word God, then we are reflecting on ourselves as being a part of it. Even if at first we don't think about it consciously that way, that's actually what's happening. Is that when God becomes an object to us, like something that we can explicitly think, self-consciously, not like an animal, but like we are aware of ourselves and we are aware of God as an object. God has the same thing happening to itself as a predicate of itself. Its own self-reflection is a predicate of itself. So the notion is actually the heart of all things, including consciousness. And it's a form of self-consciousness in a certain kind of way. But God, to become self-conscious of itself, has to first turn itself into an object, which is what objectivity is. And that's where the word God comes in. So the word God is that stage. But thinking about God as an abstract object is pure being. Thinking about God as a completed object is divine idea. So it's all God, but it's all divine being. It's all pure being.
So the God that you reference would be the one in the middle, the one that's before the divine idea completes itself, or
Yeah, that's how most people are using it, right? That's how most people by default use it.
the God that has not yet recognized itself as the God as an object?
Well, no, it's the consciousness that recognizes God as an object external to us, right? We're the subject, it's the object. We haven't yet sublated that to show that we are the object and the object is us.
Yeah, yeah. So
That's divine idea.
that's how I have this ability with myself is there. So, well, first of all, what do you mean by the object of God, or like, and also like, how do you separate the subject object right there?
So once the notion completes itself as the universal particular individual, it turns itself into a judgment, so it separates itself into another notion. So a notion across from a notion is not the same as a notion across from an object. An object is more concrete. So you get a notion across from a note.
Define notion and object as well.
A notion is a concept, right? It's a thought. It's a potentiality that's not yet an externality. Right? You have to externalize yourself to become objective in a certain way. You have to separate yourself from yourself so you can reflect externally, so you can have determination. And then if you have determination, then you can actually return to yourself as a knowing of that determination. So everything is a determination. That's one of the first separations after pure becoming, right? After pure becoming becomes, then you have a determination, something that you can know. But then as you get to higher, more concrete levels of knowing,
How does that really happen?
the proof of truth is how it happens, right? Because I can explain these higher stages to you, but you're just going to keep asking questions that's going to drill down to the proof of truth that you haven't spent enough time contemplating. Or you just got to sit down and think it through, and then eventually it'll start to purify. And reading Hegel also helps loosen the words, the fixity of the words you're using. So you just need to do that. Loosen, like reading Hegel is not really just for you to understand it, it's to loosen your words, Marlena.
It's not quick enough to have it to be like.
No, the real reason is you don't have emotional patience, right? And you call it ADHD and use that as an excuse to go and indulge in your addictions.
It's like it's something like it's like my mind's eye is there for like a minute and then it just like gets distracted, but like I don't know how to describe that process well, because that's where I'm getting lost, right? And I can't hold my fixity of the mind's eye and my attention on that thing that is hard for me, that is not just like.
Yes, you can, Marlena, and this is where you can, right?
But I'm saying that's where I'm stuck.
Right. So you can't do it rationally, right? You can't do it emotionally. So what we're doing is we're using the third way of change. We're changing your literal environment, and we're saying it's worth it. And you've seen enough to say, yeah, it is worth it. This is going somewhere. Like we're the rocket ship, right? It's like, okay, I think you've been around long enough, Marlena, where you're saying we're launching a massive global governance system here, meeting by meeting. Like it's massive. That's why when we start talking in these meetings, there's never enough time. Is because we're trying to talk about everything in the whole world and metaphysical world, kingdom come, right? So the rocket is moving, and I think your subconscious at least is convinced like we're 3 inches off the ground. Like we've done it. We've lifted this massive, 70 million pound rocket off the ground, which is already, nobody else has done that on the earth. Nobody even knows there's a rocket. So we're 3 inches off the ground. You can start to see we're picking up a little bit of momentum. As long as I keep getting enough money, to keep paying us to keep going. Once Nawaz and Uswa and Sahan and you, me, we go nuclear and we get through the first nukes, then we get to like we're at 6 inches off the ground, and then we're at 10 inches, and then we're at 500 meters, and then we're in orbit. That's actually a pretty good way to describe the container, is where we are with the rocket. Because we're giving it full blast. Every person that's coming in here is giving it full tilt. It's like we're making hours for this. Even Sahan's still in here recording or chilling out in the background. You know, we're all giving full tilt to get 3 inches off the ground. Even though it doesn't look like it, we are. But I think that now that you're like, okay, this is going somewhere, at least compared to Aya, or Gavin, or Lucid, or Matt, or anybody else, none of them are going to be making as much progress as this, right? I can see already where they're all going to likely fail. Like usually within the first 5 minutes of listening to them talking, I can see where their fragmentation is. I'm like, it's not going to work. So I think that you're convinced like I am, like this is the best chance that we have to some degree. So now it's like, okay, it's worth trying to restructure the environment. So that's where we are now. And we've done the first 2 real steps. You haven't committed. Oh, actually, yeah. You have committed to paying the money. So you haven't missed both meetings. You made it both times. You don't have to pay anything yet. But we'll see. Now that your brain is going to start craving novel. You're right. I think it has been actually 3. I haven't actually been tracking totally, but from in my memory, you have a better ratio now in the last 2 days than you have almost ever. So, but now the trickster is going to come in, where it's like, oh, your brain's like, oh, I went to the meeting 3-4 times, now I got to do something new. So you're going to push the limit somehow. You're going to come in a minute late and you're going to argue with us, or
it gets okay with routine sometimes, and then it doesn't like it, it gets bored of it, and then it self-sabotages it, and then like, how do I either accept the routine and surrender to that and like it, or if I don't like it, then like, what's the point?
you start thinking exactly.
How do I mostly maximize this process? Because like I don't understand why my brain is so adverse to doing things on a repetitive daily basis, like brushing my teeth. I know logically enough to do that daily for the rest of my life, but ever since I was a kid and I realized that, like, it just like stopped me from like taking care of my teeth, and now I have tooth problems, right? And that's a big bummer, but like, and that's a big problem with a lot of people in depression and neurodivergence is like, that's like and if you go to neurodivergent support groups, it's like a big thing, is like teeth brushing goes out the window. It's like one of the first things. Like repetitive daily tasks are one of the first things to go out the window. Interestingly.
I don't really think that neurodivergence is a real thing. I think that it's really just people who are in touch with the universal logic and then didn't fit into this mechanical mode of slavery that we call jobs, and they're just resisting it. So they're not neurodivergent. They're just thinking non-linear, like life actually is. And so they're just normal people who are sick of.
Just like less willing.
Yeah, they're just thinking in a different way. And they're still willing to work, except that they're not willing to slave. Like, there's a difference between work and slavery, a job and slavery. We have slavery right now. And Marx called it alienated labor, all these types of things. And I think the people that are more obstinate are people that had more freedom to be picky. Like you're picky. You'd be dead by now in some other country if you did what you're doing now. You'd be dead. Like you'd either be stoned to death. Right. So your parents are like, I look at you criticizing your parents and your family, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Marlena. Like if you were in any other family, you'd been destroyed by now. Like your parents must love you so much to deal with your behaviors. Like it's really extreme. Like even for me, I'm sitting here be like, wow, you still have only done like 3 blessings or 4 blessings, and it's been like 4 months. Do you know what I mean? It's like you are a very unreliable person, like extremely unreliable.
I wouldn't put that as a personality as a personality giant claim all the time, because first of all,
Yeah, but it's got to be on your schedule, right?
what I'm saying is like yes, I haven't demonstrated any reliableness, but there's a danger in labeling someone that because then they can get stuck there. They're almost like a pathologization.
Well, it is actually, it is a problem, right?
It makes it a common, but also I wanted to say that ever since I came home here in October of 2022, I crashed into major suicidal depression for about a year. It didn't work for a year, and ever since then, I've been trying to climb my way out of that hole. And I've been in flow state for times and periods for maybe months on end. I would say for in the years before that, but I haven't since I've come back here. Right, so it's I don't like it's I like or yeah, just to keep it to the unreliable comment. Like the yes, I understand that I am right now, but that is not a reflection of my being at all times is what I wanted to say. And I wanted to also indicate that I do not want to get stuck in that label, so I do react kind of negatively to being
But that's because the reason why you're reacting negatively is because there's probably some truth to it, and you know it.
no. I'm acknowledging the fact that there's truth to it, and I know it, and I'm not shying away from that. But I'm saying that I reject the fact that it's a label of my personality all the time because you have only seen a slice of me at this time and period.
Well, no. I'm just, well, I'm saying that we need to change the environment so that you can get back into these states of flow. And that means you have a deeper sensitivity to things that we have to get down to. And one of them, though,
Is where I'm thinking. My friend, I have two good friends who live in Yosemite Valley right now, and I've worked there for 2 summers. And one of my friends is who's from South Carolina / Georgia as well, and knows she got stuck as well. Devin, she came in here once. She found a job for me in a way that I could live with her in Yosemite for at least the winter and get me out there and get medical insurance as well as dental insurance. And I have half a tooth right now on one of my teeth. So I definitely need tooth fixing. I just can't afford that shit without dental insurance, which I don't have right now. And it's if I'm considering the level of in like a month or she said the winter season starts middle of October. I would say probably beginning of November or mid-November or something like that would be more my aim. But if I'm considering a potential option of moving there for at least a while, and I'm wondering if that would really increase my flow state because every time I've gone out west, it has. The only and like she said that she's saved 10 grand while working there, and it is really easy to save money while working there, especially if you don't have a car and you're just kind of stuck there. And it's not a bad thing to be stuck in the valley. At least for me, some people it felt like being stuck in a snow globe, but like for me, it felt like a very good community. There's about 2,000 people that live there, so it's very small, tight knit mountain town community. I just heard in the winter it can also, for some people, get kind of grim because of the lack of sunlight, and like in the winter, drug use of bad kinds kind of goes up, and there's like 2 heroin overdoses last year. It's I'm not dipping my toes in the land of heroin or anything like that, but like that's not what I'm trying to say, but like uh, I do think it would be a better environment than here, and they only require 20 hours of working to keep housing there, and housing is only $100 a month, because you live in a tent, with 2 roommates, so I would save a lot of money by working and living there, and a lot of times food is free, depending on your level of hookups with people in the community, honestly. So I am considering that as a potential way to get myself out of this stuckness, because I do think I that's where I really get stuck also on separating the environmental component versus the self-oriented component, like almost to the level of what's it called, the guy that wrote the book about the Holocaust, the one that I think you referenced a few times, but um, there's like a lot of debate on whether he said the thing about like it's your mindset that gets you through anything, including the Holocaust. Like there's a lot of debate on whether he said that having been enlightened basically before already going into the Holocaust, or if he got enlightened like through the process of going through the Holocaust. Right? But um, there's a genuine like lack of separation there too, with how much like on this objective, ethical, whatever truth scale is the environment supposed to affect me versus like I'm supposed to be self-oriented, because I'm still a creature in the world, right? Like I'm living in an umwelt, as my sensation perception psychology teacher would say, right? Like I'm a biological creature that is affected and affects the environment around me. So like the lack of sunlight does affect me, and the fact that I'm inside a ventilated building and not out in the fresh air right now does affect me, right? So like I just like and like having to spend the time and energy to try to get access to things like, say, it's a cloudy day and I have to climb up over the clouds to get over a mountaintop. Like I'm being dramatic, right? But like in some cases not, right? Like to get to see the sun, right? But like it's like a time, effort, cost benefit analysis that I feel like not everyone has the same willpower, maybe is what I'm getting at, or something like that. The same like spirit or the same soul, in terms of like like everyone has a different flow state potential essentially, right? And some people are naturally much more laid back, and some people are naturally much more go-getters. Should we push the naturally much more laid back people to be go-getters and the go-getters to be laid back? I don't know. Should we?
It depends. And I should say that I do think that neurodiversity exists in some level, but not as much as what we currently think. I think,
Bipolar, genuine like categories that are meaningful in any way.
yeah, it states instability, right? It basically states the dialectic, but the trappingness of it is part of the issue. So allowing you to escape it is, yes, part of the what we need to do, right? And I'm not trying to place you in there permanently, but I'm saying that it is something that follows you, and it is partly because your environment's not right. And what the Devin situation always makes me wonder. It's like if she grew up poor like me, she would never get away with what she's doing. And there's got to be some kind of Pareto category in there. Her dad gave her 10,000, or there's a cottage, or there's some kind of privilege she used to get that. Um, so are you really making a difference, or are you really just still relying on parents who are family that's taking care of you? Um, and like the thing is, you want to invest in people that want to give back to society. They don't just want to escape into the mountains and say screw humanity. It's like if we have to give $500 to somebody, is it going to be the person who wants to escape and run off, or do we want to give to the kid who's actually doing the work nobody else wants to do because they care about society?
That's what I'm saying. Is I think I don't think that's an accurate conceptualization, because it's not that she escaped and ran off, because she's like very engaged in the community, and she's running. Uh, she went there and started hosting weekly poetry sessions, and she's like giving back to the community a lot, and like um
Poetry sessions is like art, though. You know what I mean? Like those are the easy. Like go clean a toilet. Go and go and do actual work.
That not everyone who escapes to the mountains is doing it to escape people entirely and like disengage entirely. They're just looking for a different kind of community than the one they're engaging in. That's like when I would go to Tahoe or Yosemite, it's not because there's nobody there. There's a shit ton of people there actually, and that's part of the appeal of it is that the community is just of a different flow and spirit and energy than this community that's disconnected and fragmented very more so than the other one. And the other one has its own fragmentations and problems too, right? But it's I much like my flow state matches much better with a mountain town community, I'd say, than say city. City is like the worst for me. I absolutely do not. I think I get the most depressed in the city, when maybe suburbia is actually the most depressed, probably first. Cities can be exciting in ways. So and then like a beach side would be like I love beaches and mountain beach towns, but some of them are also funky and commodified and richified in weird ways. So sometimes they do also haunt me and make me depressed. But mountain towns tend to revive me and like make me go back into my flow state. And that is where I then become like more of a caregiver, more of the caregiving capabilities, right? I guess you could say come out, and because I am able to fill my own cup, therefore I can fill others. Because I have a tendency to want to logically fill other people's cups before I fill my own, but then I get stuck because I can't do that because I need the energy aligned in myself to get my shit together enough to be able to help other people, right? And that's that's goes for anyone. But that's where I need to like really be careful in like I think everyone should be careful in like but they need to be in a place that like in an environment that maximizes at least their flow potential enough that they can have a flow potential like flow state in the first place. Because like here I haven't had a flow state. Like being here. I feel like it's very rare for it to happen in this environment. Because I'm constantly reminded of in this environment that kicks me out of the flow state. And maybe that's a mental thing I just need to reframe, and maybe that's part of it. Is I just need to learn to appreciate this environment. Maybe that's it, but that's where I get stuck too. Is on that question of am I the problem or is the environment the problem for me? Like, am I not fitting in this environment, or like as a mental thing, or is it a literal, genuine, physiological, physical thing that I'm just mismatching psychologically, either to whatever? Just like it's a mismatch, genuinely, or is it just like a reframing problem?
I think it's a reframing problem. Because what will happen is when you hang out in Tahoe long enough or the mountain places, eventually you bring your problems with you. And then eventually it gets old and there's always the mind will find some kind of thing to negate eventually. So if you're doing it's like if you're a gossiper in a country in a company, let's say, right? It's only a matter of time until that person gossips about you. Like if you're listening to them gossip about somebody else, then it's only a matter of time before they hang out with you long enough that they gossip about you. So it's kind of like one of those things. You're just trying to escape dialectic. And instead of embracing it where you are and being present and be like, okay, what's the negations around me? How do we make it beautiful where I am? You just want to escape. You want to run away. Whereas maybe if you went into your situation, maybe your parents would have paid for you to go live at Tahoe by now. Or maybe they have a big lump sum of savings they don't want to tell you about because they know you're just going to go waste it. Like parents are like that. So we don't want to promote this. We want to have people like do their flow states, right? And I read this really good quote on traveling couple days ago where somebody's like, you pay a lot of money to go travel to somewhere where other people are tired of living. Like you pay a lot of money to leave the place you're tired of living to go to somewhere where other people are tired of living. Do you know what I mean?
That's like my dad said something similar about like when he visited Tahoe, he said a very negative thing that stuck with me and made me also pull me out of my flow state of enjoying the town. I felt like, which kind of sucked, but like he basically was like, oh, like tourist towns are like something about like the people are all basically dead spirits, like working or something. Like I don't know exactly what he said, but essentially the same thing. And like I agree that it does eventually get to that point where like the novelty wears off, and that's where I've also genuinely gotten really sad and stuff. Maybe also is I think that I keep getting stuck places. It annoys me, but
Fi-
um,
fi- Stuck means the opposite of flow, right? So we're just talking about the fragmented consciousness as the
it's
real
like
problem.
finding those stucknesses is and then liberating yourself from them, like into flow. Like why do those stucknesses happen in the first place? Are they just unsublated dialectics?
Yeah, it's fear, and it comes to us in the state of fear. You can really tell the Vivans are kicking in because you're just non-stop asking questions now. Um, yeah, that's basically all it is, right? Like even your physical environment, like space is really just pure being in physical reality. So if you're stuck in your environment and you don't like it or you're tired of it, well, one is you might not be going deep enough into your environment to make it flow for you. Or if you do have to externally resolve the problem by traveling somewhere else and relocating because of some physical thing, like maybe there's a barometer thing, maybe you're born with a genetic defect or a genetic enhancement, or, I like to live in the mountains too. You and I are mountain people. I know people that hate the mountains.
Right.
So,
That's what I mean. It's like people that seem to have natural flow states that are aligned to different natural regions or climates
yeah,
or
but I agree
even
with you.
humidity levels even.
But
Some people love humidity or not.
but sometimes like the thing that is tricky is that sometimes you just what we call natural is avoidance of discipline and work, right? So when is it one and when is it the other? When is it?
How much discipline and work is necessary, I guess, maybe, and like like how much is like a choice of suffering. I guess that's necessary in a way versus like you could just literally leave that environment and go to somewhere that's more well suited for you, and then I wouldn't say all of your problems are solved. Obviously, you still are in the world, right? But a lot of your problems are that you are dealing with, and you have to spend time and energy and resources dealing with, are not solved. Like to the level of even like I get like a skin condition out here, like tinea versicolor, which is like a fungus on my skin that eats the melanin and the pigment in my skin, so I get little white dots all over me. And it breaks out much more in humid environments and when I'm stressed. Or when I'm eating a lot of sugar, which is pretty much always, but it much more so in this environment as well. But like it feeds on yeast, but also humidity. So like literally just even on a level like that, or someone with like I don't know some like psoriasis, for instance, I think does better in different environments, or like there's a very like I think a lot of and like there's been a lot of studies of like people in varying conditions like doing better if they just spend more time outside in the sun, or if they spend time by the ocean air, or if they spend time above a certain elevation, and getting exposed to that air and elevation change. And but for other people, like my friend with POTS, changing elevation is actually really bad and triggers inflammation, right? So like there's considerations of that that make me question like like how much is worth fighting for, in a sense, like how much is it worth the fact that I have to put in like more time and energy to find the resources and things I need to manage my condition in this place versus a place that I would have to spend less time doing that because it's much more in flow with my natural physiological or psychological, like my mind, body, spirit, for whatever reason. Like I feel like that just naturally exists, but I don't know if if we're supposed to navigate that in the sense of just grinding through it wherever you're at, or trying to grind through it wherever you're at with the goal of getting to somewhere that is actually like easier for you to live, because that is like more flow state oriented, you know? Like that's like at what point is it like bad work and discipline that's like are you always going to be in flow, or is like bad work and discipline also a part of the equation, like that bad feeling of discipline?
Well, I think it's about a dance, and you know when it's good when it's serving people, when you are focused on servings, and when you're probably just serving yourself. Like there's self-care and then there's just like selfishness. And the difference between those is one, you're recharging for a time so that you can serve others, and one is you're just lost in yourself and you just forget all other people and you're resentful and you're trying to run away from them. So if you do an honest check on that level, that's usually what solves it. Uh, so if you're running away to Tahoe or to Yosemite to get away from your parents and all these other things to just focus on yourself and do some art when we're in the middle of a mega crisis and we need to reprogram an AI to save all of us.
Myself, I never said that. You just assumed
No, no, no. I'm just saying, as a hypothetical, if somebody goes out and does that, that's probably the wrong way to do it. But if you're going out there because you realize that it's better for you, it's better for your parents, you'll pay back your parents for all the rent that they gave you in a reciprocal way, and then you actually get clear-minded and grounded so you're not suicidal, so you can help us be in these meetings more often, stick to the schedule where you're waking up and coming in the mornings and at night, not binge eating, going to bed at a decent hour, all these types of things, and then you have better, clearer ideas to help us solve the mega crisis and find people that are in AI or whatever. That is the right way of doing it. So if that's what's going to happen, then great. But if you're just going to go to a mountain
that's the vision I had in mind.
to write some poetry, yeah.
And I think that would actually, like, that would genuinely be possible there too, in a place like Yosemite. The only thing is, like, what's also kind of tearing up my mind is I feel like Yosemite, in a way, is like, it would increase my flow state, but it's not as optimal as a place like Tahoe. And I was thinking, could I get myself back in Tahoe somehow? And I could definitely work probably at the South Lake Tahoe Domino's, and I imagine that that place would be pretty popping, because it's the only Domino's, and uh, it's a very touristy town, so rich people vacationing, so they're looking to get food, and so I imagine I would actually pay pretty well if I could get myself into a position like that, which I would have a leg up having worked here for a year and a half, which is actually kind of one of the longest places I've worked, because I've worked typically seasonal jobs or research jobs that have limited contracts. So, um, I considered the option of like what if I could get myself back to Tahoe? The other problem there is the cost of living is really high, with the rent being about $1,000 or more a bedroom typically. And so to meet the cost of just rent alone, like I'm making $2 grand a month roughly now, sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on how much I work. And uh, I've always made about $2 grand a month, but that no longer reflects inflation. So like $2 grand a month is no longer enough to really sustain the same habits I had before. It is now breaking apart the hamster wheel, right? So, like I just don't see a way to, with my current condition, with my back injury, like the willingness that I have to work, um, and not burn myself out. Like the other problem with too is like I want to like I've thrown myself into discipline modes and like grinded it out through work situations when I had to make money. Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't, and I burnt out. And when it worked out, it was great, and I could make it, but I would also suffer something like a back injury, right? So like, how much is really worth it when you're like destroying yourself in the process, and then paying further consequences? And that's like these are the kinds of like things I have problems weighing out, and then I get so stuck in that anxiety that I don't go anywhere. I feel like in the decision making is like I feel like I get so close to the discernment. I identify these things, but then I don't know where to go with them, and then collapse there.
That's the same problem we all have. So I think that bringing your life areas into alignment in a way that you can handle with the dominoes, like the whole only problem with dominoes, if you're gonna go make that compromise, you got to do something that changes dominoes from paying you to give people cancer and bad habits and binge eating at night.
How I could really try to impact them too.
You already know. We already talked about it.
I know. Next time I see the manager, I'm definitely gonna ask him, or the like area manager or whatever. Because my manager doesn't have like any pull where she wouldn't care about vegan pizza. She she's stuck in many. She's much more fragmented and stuff than even I am. I would say, but in like, but we're also stuck in similar ways, and we relate a lot in that way. But the area manager, he's not vegan now, but he was, I think, vegetarian for a while. They don't told me this, so there's an inkling of something there that I can latch onto to be like, hey, what about eating pizza? And try to influence that. But I don't know how seriously it would actually be taken as a problem. I don't know how to like influence to a level of seriousness that a real change actually occurs. Like at least on a corporate level like that.
Mm. Well, you just got to prime with the idea. Like eventually people's subconscious minds go forward with that. You just got to make sure that it has really, really, uh, really good taste. Like the gourmet vegan cooking that I'm doing, making the cheese really.
Keeping it but like because like it's not like a Domino's dough just appears like fresh made on the line, right? Like all this stuff is made somewhere in a factory and then shipped on a truck here, so it's like several days old or whatever. But
Make it locally. You can be all the vegan pizza is made locally because you can make. I made the cheese within 10 minutes and it was good. And like, like I was surprised. Like now that I'm cooking the vegan food myself, a lot of the vegan food has preservatives in it, just like the other crap. So if
from their perspective, it's going like all I know that I know for a fact that all that Domino's cares about is the profit incentive, right? So how do we appeal to their interests in a way that's ethical
you make it
that
cheaper to make
actually
vegan
brings
pizzas.
change?
That's it. You make it cheaper to make vegan pizzas. So I guess the first thing we gotta do is figure out how do you make a pizza using vegan ingredients faster and cheaper than their current pizza setup.
Right.
And that price point, it's kind of like what we're doing right now. It's comparative advantage. It really is just free market economics, except that we have regulation now. That's the government piece. So we're not fools, right? Wise love, not blind love. So that's why I'm getting into how much does Sahan need to get his bills paid, like all these types of realistic costs. It's just that the time has to be valued the same and has to be linked to merit, which is the universal logic. So whoever learns the most chizzy will get the most money, even though we're all supposed to be getting paid the same.
Which you mentioned Chizzy, and that brought up another question that I forgot to ask earlier in a totally different context about uh ADHD, bipolar, the stuff we were talking about with neurodivergence and meta modes and universal, particular, individual connections, all that. Like how, to what degree is like I'm wondering to what degree is somebody's condition, like whatever slice of human condition they harbor that is like to what degree is their multidimensionality, whatever degree of it they harbor, wherever they live, in the multidimensional plane of possibilities, like how much of it is a good thing versus a bad thing, maybe, like in the sense of behavior, and like are the categories, like say of ADHD and bipolar and schizophrenia and BPD, CPTSD, PTSD, all that, right? Um, they seem to indicate something meaningful in the sense that these people exhibit similar behaviors or have similar patterns going on in their minds. And so I'm wondering, like, what are the, like, is there a way in the spirit work wisdom team, that we break down each mental condition from the DSM slash whatever's not listed in the DSM that's still a meaningful pattern recognition kind of category, and break down what is dialectically going on in each condition, because like I feel like there's some sort of solution that's a logical, universal logical solution to ADHD. And the trick is obviously you have to embody the solution, right? But like, and then same with bipolar, and same with schizophrenia. And I wonder if like there's a maybe that like I'm curious if it is possible to do that on a universal enough level, or do the individual and particular details of each individual's case modify that enough that you can't get a universal solution to each category, each DSM category. It's a kind of a bigger question, sorry.
Well, what I'm going to put, this is a wisdom team update, right? This is great for, this is what you should have said during the mental health Megacrisis update, wisdom team update, right?
In a more coherent way now, but yeah.
So like this is a project called, I was thinking we could try and reorder the DSM in terms of universal logic too, right? Because there's some diagnoses that would be fundamentally related on pure being, or some kind of conceptualization of the abstract objects of existence. And then there's going to be more concrete expressions of that, which will be maybe like personality disorders or something like narcissism. If you don't grasp the proof of truth and you don't realize your being is a part of everybody else's being, then later on down the chain, eventually it ends up in fragmented behavior where you are the center of everything because you're approximating in the individual what is truly the abstract universal. So I was thinking about something like that. So I'll write that idea down here.
Because that would be a good way to both classify and also actually genuinely help people that have these problems, right? Like, I'm not going to say that some sort of bipolar category doesn't exist or some sort of ADHD category doesn't exist, and that there are both unique strengths and unique problems in each of those categories, right? So, like, it'd be cool to do that and through universal logic and see, like, what is the lens of a person, like, that way the different neurodivergence sees of in meta modes of people can communicate across each other better too. So it would also go into universal logic with team as well, because it would be Megacrisis team as well, because it would help with coordination and trust and agency and meaning and spirit and love and all that and community and like fragments of consciousness, right? So it would solve the problems of each condition as well as show everyone on a universal logic level, a communicable way to show their subjective lens, which is very important. And also, then would be a way that we could coordinate across different metamodes and lenses, so each person's strength can be highlighted better in their flow state potential, right? And that also gets back to my resentment thing, which is like, how do you prevent people from having resentment at other people's human condition in the first place? Because like, maybe someone who's disabled is like really jealous of someone who's able-bodied, for instance, or maybe like me, who's depressed, I'm often jealous of people who are happy. Um, I'll admit it, and then, like, there's some level of resentment, maybe like someone's neurodivergent qualities might be so appealing that someone else might want them, but they don't themselves embody those qualities. Yet they can, because anything's possible like that. But like, that can harbor resentment, and like, I wonder if there's something to do to prevent that in the ELMs with the crater rotations, because I do think that's a risk.
Well, first of all, we gotta map out and measure the Pareto rotations, which I was hoping you would have done with the blessings, right? And I have the core form that I created to ask people, so we could actually send that out to each person and saying, okay, fill out the form so we know what what you think your Pareto categories are.
Wait. Also, side question: are all of these links and forms, like the main core forms, like for instance, like the core form and the ELM link and whatever you want people to actually do, like the blessings and all that, is this all on your website, your central website?
Speaking of website, the New World Spirit website's gonna get shut down if we don't transfer it.
What?
But what's his name? Victor just messaged me and said in October here the website's he's paying for it, right? So he's gonna basically shut it down.
Oh shit. Okay.
I haven't really
Well,
advertised
I
it.
was just thinking, like, what's this? I think for every movement or local space that somebody holds, there should be a central communication space, as well as a central place you can go to get core information. So you could, like, a central document or central website or central Facebook group or central WhatsApp group or whatever it is. It needs to be like the one and only, like the whole, like the central place that you can actually get information. That way you can quickly tell, like instead of having to spend so much time explaining things to people when influencing, you can just direct them to that place, and then they can get all their information there. And that way it's streamlined and easy, because right now we have 10,000 things in different directions. I feel like we have a WhatsApp group, we have a Facebook group, we have like we've got multiple streams going on. Like, there's not a central, like, I understand the reasons, right? But at the same time, there's not a centralized place. The WhatsApp kind of, but not really, right? Like because that's also not a good platform to like pin information. For instance, like the core documents, and like you have to constantly resend that to new people. So like the website would be great because you could have permalinks and all that. But if that's getting shut down, that sucks. But or like, well, a Facebook group is also a little hard unless you make like just one mega post that has everything that you could possibly need for like everything that's essential, and then you can pin that post at the top of your Facebook. But in a way, Facebook is also kind of annoying like that, if that makes sense. So a website is probably ideal, and that's probably one of the most universal things to access across countries too.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
Or just a Google Doc, because that is also pretty easily shareable. Just a public Google Doc that's non-editable and has every single link and information that you need. But like, it's like decentralized document that everyone knows to share around. Because there's right now there's 10,000 documents and nobody knows what to do. And that's part of the problem with people trying to help you, and
Well, not necessarily. The core is the new document. There's a 1 minute and 30 second, then there's the big Megacrisis 100 studies version of it. But I am trying to do that, right? Like we have One World Spirit, New World Spirit, and Fair World Spirit. Those are the central nodes. And then there's the conglomeration of all of them is really just spirit. But the issue legally is that we can't really say that yet because it might not look separate enough. Like we can't create that spirit entity yet because it might still break foreign interference laws. So right now I'm keeping them all three separate, and I'm saying, well, the safest thing, like I have a law firm that's working on this right now. If we could just pay them $3,900 Canadian, they'd do it. So right now, as a fail safe, I'm just saying everybody new who is not experienced in politics and could screw this up for us, just go to One World Spirit. Don't be political. Don't try and influence your government. Don't try and do anything like that yet until you learn the blessings. And I'm saying, go to One World Spirit. Go to the Facebook group. Do the blessings, or come to the ELMs and learn the flow world blessings. Like that's the starting point. And if they do the core form, then we can start learning about them. In fact, I'm starting with the core form, and then they get into the blessings, and then they get into the One World Spirit, and that's where.
all of that should sequentially be included in some sort of document, because like, or not only for shareable reasons, but also for us, like me, Sahan, all of us who are trying to bring on our flocks. Like it gives us a checklist, first of all, of we're influencing them in the right order and in the right way and in the right timing and all that, and like, and then giving them the right documents in the right way. So like we're making sure we're actually giving them the right documents in the first place, and um, like that might be like more confusing for other people than myself too. So I just want to emphasize like making like single Google Doc that has links to the core form, the ELM itself, like the blessings and the bless-ons, and the flow rule stuff, right? And just like an explanation of how to onboard, like this, yeah, just how to onboard, like little checklists, I guess, that both helps the people doing the onboarding influencing stuff and as well as like helps the people actually looking at it that are onboarding or new to One World Spirit, New World Spirit, Their World Spirit.
Yeah, I'm making that. That's that golden nugget thing we were talking about earlier, right? So
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out those like 30 points on how to get people on rationally, emotionally, and then environmentally. And then structuring them like the core form is the rational part, except there are some emotional parts in there that I'm trying to put in. So yeah, I'm trying to do that and put it all together. So maybe that's another thing I can work on for tomorrow's wisdom or tonight's wisdom team updates. I'm supposed to do the blessons, like I'm supposed to do 18 more blessons for Uswa and Abdullah so I can eat tomorrow night. I might even eat tomorrow morning. Like the longer that I sort of wait, the more sort of absolute time that we have. We'll see. I'm trying to figure that out perfectly, but sometime tomorrow I want to eat because I have to go to court on Monday and file these big documents. So figuring out, there's a lot here. So figuring out the flock onboarding document, the golden nugget document, refugee magic technically. And I wanted to get back to that document. I've been really excited about it.
And if you make that document, I think that'll make it also something like emailing my professors much easier. too, for instance. Like I think it would just make onboarding for anybody easier because you could literally just send them that document, and that'll be like plus like the proof of truth, for instance, right? And those would be like the two things you send people.
Exactly. I think that even when I was doing the refugee magic before, I think the one thing I didn't put in there was that there's only 3 ways to change people, or change people's minds ethically anyway. And that's rational. So I think that's the main list. And then I gotta split that into the meta modes. And then because each meta mode will have a different language of doing the same things for each area. So that's actually the next big. I'm expanding. Like all that refugee magic stuff is build. Like the point I want to make here is all the stuff that looked fragmented and random before is building. Like none of it is random truly. It's all building as the ideas come together. So the refugee magic seems like it needs this rationality, emotional, environmental piece, which is working for you.
To like, because I understand that there's a lot of different considerations for different meta modes and different factors like that. However, too, I think for like I really think we need like centralized document that's really simple, that's like really universal as possible.
Well, we did have that, right? That when we had the invitation, that was the simple document. But I think the blessings are it. The two sacred sentences is it. And like if they want to see it all unpacked, like if they want to take a high level review,
But it's not giving them information of more
that's
places to
that's
go.
exactly what I was thinking, right? If they want a high level view and they want to see it all unpacked, we can give them level 6. Like I got level 5 unpacked now. So if they want to see how the two sentences unpack into the future, now we have them. Like the good thing about Uswa and Abdullah and starting with the blessings.
Also like I mean like the two sentences like we need a document that's just like, hey, here's the two sentences, here's the core form, please fill this out. Here's the ELMs, please come to this, and then here's the blessings, here, please do, or blessings, please do this, here's the flow rolls, please do this, right? Like, a document like that.
Well, the first 3 things that I think they need to do is pretty much just number one, rationally, they need to learn the blessings. So if they want to know the structure as a whole, they can start with the two sentences as the lowest level, and then they can start with level 5 as the deepest level for rationally convincing them to come. For the emotional side, we can say come to these ever living meetings and just coming and participating. And then for the environmental, we structure them and say get on the flow schedule. And then anchor yourself to these meetings twice a day so that you break all these bad habits and get into good habits. And then they can learn the flow roll blessings as a way to restructure not just them coming into this meeting, but even having meetings in their life with their family, their friends, their jobs, whatever. So yeah, I think something like that would be great, and it sort of does follow the golden nugget document. And we have AI now that can do all this stuff. It's just incredible. So I guess putting that all together with the core form too, it's like, okay, once you're, I'm just thinking that the core form might even be before they even come to do blessings, like we learn about them. And doing like the funnel, making it into a funnel is sort of where I left off of that before having to do all the, just get the blessings done, right, with the freelancers. The freelancers didn't care about the core form. So I jumped on with them just so I could survive a couple of meals and get some momentum, which we have. So maybe what we can do is integrate the funnel and try it out with the freelancers here, like Sahan and Uswa and them, and get them to go through it as a wisdom team exercise, and then getting feedback and perfecting it. Um, yeah, I think that's probably the next point to do. So it's all building, and if you want to help out with it in any way, that'd be great. Uh, yeah, I think there's a lot of ideas that came from this meeting this morning. Like we have like 8 ideas. I wrote down most of them. I think I got pretty much all of them. So tonight, let's let it percolate. Tonight, let's have some updates. So have your list, your flock list, at least have 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 people in there. And then In terms of Sahan's, in terms of the one thing that one thing that would compress the most amount of time for you, think about that. And like these are the inspired to-do lists that you were talking about. That's what we could have ended with. And then think about the DSM, restructuring the DSM in terms of, you know what? We can even just ask ChatGPT right now. How would you restructure? I'm scared to do this because Sam Altman is going to come and say, "Show us your documents. How did you create this?" And all of a sudden, they're just going to take all the intellectual property, and then we'll be stuck underneath this dead system again. So I'm almost thinking like we should just do it ourselves, because if AI doesn't make a mistake, then we have to follow their generation of it, and it's really like, oh my gosh, a really deep idea just clicked it. Whoever comes first has the power, and whoever comes first shouldn't be the power owner. Huh. That's the strategist update. And I've known this before, but I just clicked on a new level. Oh. Uh, okay, let me just think here. Mm. So there's a risk here, right? We could either use AI to restructure the whole DSM like now in 10 seconds, but then risk being usurped in like 2 months from now and losing all control of ourselves. Or we could slow it down, do it ourselves, which would be slower, but then we can say that we did it without AI. But then they could just use AI to do it ahead of us, like improve on it better than we could, unless we have a massive global movement that can move faster than AI can. Uh, yeah, I'm thinking it's already too late. Like we might as well just do it all as fast as possible, because by the time he sues us or whatever, it'll be almost too late, and we have to sublate with them anyway. Um, yeah, that's one thing to do is try and see how to restructure the DSM, starting with what illness best represents a fragmentation on pure being. I bet you it's derealization. If you actually hold on, create, if you had to line up uh, pathologies from the DSM
So I'm gonna give a time warning. I'm gonna go in about 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes.
of logic, nature, spirit, which pathologies would you give from the top one to the next top to the last for each?
I'm very curious about this next
So interesting. Oh yeah, I got it. So it's kind of aligning with what I thought too. Okay. Wow, we got it. So the first one is pathologies of logic. So the first one, take a guess.
I don't know. Autism?
Schizophrenia and other
What?
schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders. Yeah, I actually kind of agree. Because listen to what it says the other ones are. So the second one, so that's the first one of logic, and then the second one is obsessive compulsive disorder, which is kind of like the bad infinite. Then the third one is paranoid personality disorder, kinda. And then for pathologies of nature, it says borderline personality disorder. Two is substance use disorder, which kind of makes sense. And then three is eating disorders. And then pathologies of spirit would be major depressive disorder, dissociative identity disorder, and avoidant personality disorder.
Huh.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, these don't sound about right until I got to the last. I'm like, okay, I can kind of see the separation. Um, because there's something fundamental about schizophrenia that's more fundamental than just depression or avoidance. Like it's like
Right,
the
right.
fundamental nature of reality is messed up for you, like fundamental, like psychosis. Whereas depression, you're still seeing the world properly. Time is not distorting too much. Sure,
You think you actually that in like depression you see reality more clearly than someone who's like blissed out and happy? Like you see more reality more for what it is.
well, no, you see the negative reality, which makes it seem more real because reality is the second moment of God logic, right? Which is the negative moment. So it seems more real when you see negative things. But that's not true. Harbored within the
Right,
negative is the positive. So you're actually seeing a better nature of actual reality when you're seeing the positive and the negative. But you're right. Optimistic bias can be abstract understanding, which is the first moment where you don't see the negative and you're just like happy. You're blind love. You're not wise love. Well, we should get her on board to help us pump
very,
up the space.
very optimistically. I feel like somehow spiritually bypassing all the negative.
Well, that's because she probably has some kind of privilege she's weighing in on, or some kind of like dopamine thing. Like you might have got the opposite of your sister. She got the positive, you got the negative, and together you both balance a human being.
That would be that would. And somehow my mother's just like the perfectly mellow, balanced out version of her. Who somehow married with my mother, basically. But they argue all the time, him and his wife. They
Uh,
argue a lot. And I think
di-
it's really traumatizing the kids, especially the daughter.
Dialectic repeats. So this is the beginning of restructuring the mental health, like the Department of Spirit, actually, Department of Mental Health. So that's a nice little bit of progress. I think I might have tried that somewhere else already though, but this one will record. So let's do that. And my chest is burned, and so I'm gonna maybe lay down. I want to get these blessings done so I can actually eat tomorrow.
This is what I mean too, by like, isn't there didn't Ben's what's up? I was didn't do like a checklist at the end that told us all the things we were supposed to do.
For what?
Like it tracked during the meeting, and then it gave a summary at the end, and it said all the to-do list stuff that we like, all the stuff we said we were going to do. It summarized that at the end. As
Oh, the
for
Firefly thing. Yeah,
I said that she was going to do this, and Mark said that he was going to do this. It was actually kind of cool.
yeah, it was. It was Firefly, but I challenged Aya to say that they're. Aya's basically just competing with me now, right? So it's basically, sort of spying on us and then like glimmering off whatever she can, which is just it's perpetuating the mega crisis rather than coming in here and talking it through. Right? She
Right, right.
fundamentally she thinks she's better than me. That's fundamentally what it is. And I know it's not true. That's why I can't give into it. But I'm like, okay, maybe it is
I
true.
do
Huh?
I do that that is ego factor. I just kind of thought that before I forget it that I think we should encourage a spirit of like because I know sometimes we say that their vibes are harsh, right? If someone just like leaves, so like whenever someone comes in, oftentimes we say hello, right? Most of the time, but like I think that should be like a very like strict requirement for something for the executors to welcome people in whenever they pop into the meeting right before 9 or whatever, just welcome them, like be like, oh hello, welcome in or whatever. And then
Yeah.
encourage everyone if they leave without saying goodbye, like next time make a note of that so that way like no one is leaving without saying goodbye. And then whenever we say goodbye, I think that we should give the gift an offering of an inspired to-do list co-created with that person. Like, I wonder if that's something, because lately we've been going through the meetings pretty quickly to some degree and having more time kind of at the end of choosing, which is a good thing. It's definitely a good thing. But also, I wonder if we could take, like, I don't know how long it would take per person. I wonder if that would take too much time though to do, and it's like right before the or right after the rating meeting, like literally or like even after the song or something, like the last thing, right before that person individually leaves and checks out of the meeting, is an inspired to do this. So that way they're left with an action step, like inspired to do this, right? So,
Yeah, exactly. We can even say that in the wisdom teams to say what would inspire you, and if they don't want to do anything, they're like, "Wow, why didn't we inspire you?" So that might be another way to lead forward. And there was one more.
the last thing, as the person is leaving, kind of thing, like as they're saying bye, it should be a literal fire executive or whoever, whatever, or a separate even global person that focuses just on checkout, or just on inspired to do this, even.
Well, that's an executive thing. So maybe each flow role, I could add to the new checklist. Each flow role somehow checks out with each person. So, like with the saying hello, I've already said that yeah, the relationship builder is supposed to embody the how to win friends and influence people, but people they interpreted that as just posting the list rather than actually doing the list items, right? So I mean, I was like, okay, we've learned that lesson. So it's like, okay, don't post the list right away, because people are just defaulting to the easiest thing to do, and yeah, so we kind of corrected that, and Uswa's been doing that, saying welcome to each person. But yeah, the to-do list needs to
But I
get
think
from.
checkout, it would be very uh, enticing for people to want to come back to the meeting because they feel like they actually have people they just left the group with people that inspired them to do something and are like gave them and inspired to do this, and so that therefore it encourages them to come back and at least tell them about what they did. And then maybe that will lead to doing more, right? And like I do think that encourages a good cycling routine. Like it's a good spirit and energy computer is what I'm trying to say is to like do a very like what like a quick but one-on-one level kind of like personalized inspired to do this checkout, right? And that just like feels really personal too and feels very like I have something to do when I leave the meeting, so it's not just like, oh, meeting over, back to my life, right? And like nothing changes. So, and we want to inspire change. So, I think that way it's very and it's also kind of more gently calling out everybody, low key, right? And being like, hey, like this is what you need to focus on and do, right? Like, and like it gets people to focus on what they should be doing otherwise anyways and get them inspired in their lives. So it's not like a bad thing, I think.
Yeah, and I think too, an idea is when I run this another advertisement for the meetings, I might actually say not just to host the meetings, but to be a part of them. Because I was thinking that Uswa and Sahan and everybody kind of came in expecting to do flow roles, but not to necessarily be a part of the meeting, right? So that's where I'm going to change the update, flow and be a part of the meetings, which most people are like, wow, I get paid to be a part of a meeting and to do flow roles. Yeah, I would love to do that. It's still easy work, right?
So like is the eventual goal for everybody to be doing a flow goal, or some people going to be doing flow goals and some people going to be just in the meeting?
Well, this is where the digital platform is going to sublate it, but the point is to get everybody trained up so they know how to recognize how to have a good meeting, so they can, even if they're not in a flow role, they can kind of suggest corrections and watch for and appreciate, right? Like part of it is, yeah, you know the flow role so that you can do your role well, make the meeting better for other people and yourself. But just knowing the flow roles makes you appreciate the people who are in them. It's like looking at the Mona Lisa. If you're an artist and you know how wonderful the Mona Lisa is, so it has a double effect of even if you are just participating, then you know when you see somebody welcoming you or you see somebody put up the green scenery or you see the roles being fulfilled, you'll be like, wow, you actually appreciate it and what kind of work it takes to put it in. So I think I think that we should probably oscillate between the two. Like the jobs that feel like a role should be probably automated by AI. But I think we'll get the meetings to a point where people will want to do flow roles or be a part of a team, even if they're only doing one thing per meeting. So yeah, I think there's gonna be a blend, a spectrum between. Like I think we might add each flow role will be it's subdivided into three now, right? A co-role, co-co role. But each one of those could be
But
subdivided again.
and intuitively, I feel like there's a I think sometimes it puts someone into flow to take a flow role on. Sometimes it takes them out. Sometimes it takes someone into a flow role to puts them into a flow to be more laid back and just be in the meeting, or like laid back in the sense of not being responsible for the flow of the meeting, but being still present and actionable in the meeting. But like um, it's less pressure, right? I think to not do a flow roll. So there, that can also be flow increasing or decreasing as well. So I think there's like, I agree that there should be a spectrum there of people like kind of taking on different amounts of roles too, or even like you said, just one thing, or yeah, that'd be cool. It'd probably be like a different structure for every ELM group, right? Like it would evolve its own unique living organism kind of like structure. Is what I imagine.
What do you mean exactly? The flow crystal?
Like that each ELM group, like say like we have this ELM and then there's another ELM group that's running and there's another ELM group. Like each one will have its own kind of personality, right? In the sense that not each one is going to maybe always look exactly the same with how many people are doing uh, putting in the work for the flow roles. Like maybe one group has one person doing all the executive roles because they really flow well that way. And they wouldn't flow well just sitting back in the meeting and not taking a flow role, right? But then in another ELM group, there's somebody who maybe flows well doing just the blessing and none of the other flow role responsibilities. Like maybe something like that would evolve eventually after things are worked out, and that's kind of like just evolved in the meeting structure as the people learn and discern and all that. And it would be unique and cool in that way because everyone would fit into their niche eventually in a practical like way, like fall into their place, into their niche that fits their flow state. But I
Yeah.
don't know if that like would fall away from the structure too much to but I or if that's what you were literally trying to say by having some people just do some like little bits of some of the flow rolls even, or sometimes some people don't do it, or maybe they rotate in and out of flow rolls. Like you're saying, like you have the flow roll rotations, right? Like some people have break days, right? And some like, the break days are also like flow roll increasing, right?
Well, that's what I think. They're probably all spectrums of dialectic, which is getting down to the Pareto rotations. So the flow schedule right now with the meetings is the beginning of the Pareto rotations, and not just rotating the Pareto categories, but rotating all dialectics as spectrums. So imagine you have a 2 week schedule where in the first day you don't do any flow rolls at all. You're completely free. Then the next day you do a we'll have like co flow roll. So it'll be like really you do one tiny little thing like you say one welcome to a new person that comes in, then you're done. Then the next day you do two things. Then next day you do three things. The next day four until you're leading it. So you go from doing nothing to being a leader, and then it might go back down. Then go back down to four, and then two, then one, then zero. Like, and then you get a day or two to do zero things, and then you start back up again. So it could be a very gentle, like up and down, and
I'm just sensing there's something there's a fine line which someone feels like it's an enjoyable thing to do versus something that they should be like paid for because they don't like doing it or whatever.
what if you got paid to do things you like doing too? Like that's the economy of abundance.
Right. Well, that would be ideal.
So
But but I guess like that also like feels hairy because like you're paid to do something you like to do, which is like ideal, but also feels weird for some reason to me. like in maybe in the sense that maybe my dad's put in my head that work is supposed to be something you just discipline your way through and doesn't always have to be enjoyable, right? But like, uh,
Well, yeah, that's part of the flow state, right? We do eventually have to come up as a challenge, but the discipline shouldn't be all the time. You should be able to enjoy the actual like flow that comes from that, and then when you're ready to take on the next challenge, you do. But I do like young people do avoid challenges entirely. They're totally addicted to pleasure, so they mistake
right.
growth for pleasure. And
Yeah, so how do you discern like genuine good growth kind of thing from like that infinite level, like I'm suffering because I'm stuck in some oppressive like level of pain, and it's bad growth, it's bad discipline.
it's pretty easy, right? It's like, are you acquiring skills? Are you acquiring deeper knowledge and wisdom? Are you helping your community? So if it's myopic, it's like all about you. You're not going anywhere. It's about pleasure, and
Well,
you're
like for instance, I take my time like working at an Amazon warehouse. I've worked at 2 Amazon warehouses, and I find it very interesting that a lot of the people, I mean, I don't know what percentage, but a lot of the people in there were teachers, and their second job was working at a warehouse. Um, and that job was literally just like 10 to 12 hours shifts usually of just doing the same repetitive ass thing. And it's very physically taxing on your body and like in a stressy kind of way, like on your joints and shit. So like a very just like burning out, wearing down kind of thing. Um, and I wonder like how does that fit into the flow economy? I guess for instance, how would you discern that situation? Maybe.
because the teachers usually have very mental, emotional, complex jobs where they're like, okay, I'm burnt out. I don't want to do any more complex emotional. I want to be by myself in a mechanical job from A to B, and there's a satisfaction that comes sometimes when you're doing a repetitive job well. So that's where they're balancing the dialectic. So it's just balanced yin yang. So for you, your life is kind of boring right now, so you're looking to spice it up. But for you, like they have a bigger window of volatility, like they can handle more volatility. So like if you put them in a stressful situation, they're not going to crumble. But for you, you might be like, "Oh, I'm looking for more novelty," and then you'll start getting it. And then if you get too much novelty, you'll be like, "Oh, I got too much novelty." And then instead of scaling back down gently, you just burn out and just like run away. And that's kind of like what borderline is. That's what deep bipolar. I think it's really just dialectics that are out of whack. The balancing are just out of whack, and it's because you probably have a on the sensitivity dialectic you might be higher sensitivity, which is why you have that faster collapse, whereas the teachers are able to spread that out a little bit more, um, but they don't go as deep as you. So they're a little bit more superficial. You're a little bit deeper. You know, like all these dialectics can be connected to say, oh, if you rotate them all in the right way, we're actually all the same person in these weird.
That's that's so interesting how you understand that, and that really tracks and makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
So once we get to know people's dialectics, like I was calling them personality stacks before, in the GST synchronicity system, the profile that you have when you get matched to a task, it maps out all your dialectics from pure being all the way to your psychology. And then it maps out where you are in your fixities. And then it just predicts that, oh, you're going to eventually end up on this side. And it predicts the rate that you're moving. So, like, let's say you really crave novelty right now. Then it's going to track to say, well, you've been in novelty once or twice this year, which is not enough. So you're going to be going faster than somebody who got novelty 5 times this year. So you're still going to go to your opposite ends. Both people are still going to go to seeking stability after they get novelty, they're going to seek stability, but they're going to be doing it at different rates. And that rate of change is really calculus. So we're going to be doing a calculus of universal logic. And the GSD system is brilliant. Like it will be the global platform. Once we get the ELM meetings mixed with the flow timers, we're going to take that platform and we're going to bring it into a software program that is the GSD system. And that's where we're going to find out where everybody's dialectics are, so we can sublate them. And then they can start flowing at a rate that makes sense, exactly like you're talking about. And then we'll have millions and millions and millions of data points which is what the AI will help us with, and then it'll be a global governance model. And then the AI's job is instead of zoofying us with these dialectics, is to make sure that we're in flow with them. And that's the right to flow, and that's the right to form. I think it's rights of the form. So I already got that figured out. We just got to do it and get a coder that can help make it. If I wasn't doing all the educating and organizing, I would be in the Supreme Court. I would be doing the code right now, right? Because we could basically replace 1,000 people with a really good platform. And if we had $1,000, we could convince Joe or convince my sister or convince somebody who has money or even you to take out $1,000 loan and just build the video platform with Manus, which I almost got completed. Manus almost built it. Or if we hire a group of freelancers, for $3 an hour or $5 an hour, whatever they want to quote for, we could probably have the platform working by next week or the week after. So it's working. I think we are going to track that, but we got to start investing more. You're on a more stable path, so you might be able to help out more, and then eventually we'll figure out what we should pay you. Like maybe we'll say Sahan or Uswa and Nawaz, what can you give Marlena to get her to do a flow roll if she's going to be paid $3 an hour when you guys can afford a whole hour's worth of food and she can afford nothing with $3? Like,
But then there's also the consideration of something like doing a full roll would put me, like it's, would be, at my current state, feels like more of an effort, exertion, or flow, like it's putting me more out of my flow roll to do a flow roll, or putting me more out of my flow state to do a flow roll to do, and mixing it with, after, depending on my state of mind, right? So sometimes, like, that's what I was trying to get at earlier too, is like, if someone's having a bad day, for instance, and then they're doing the executive role, they might make their day worse because that's a lot of pressure maybe to run a meeting. Versus if they're just in the meeting, maybe, and not an executive, maybe that will actually pick up their flow role from a bad day, right? So like, how do you balance that? Like, is there a way to do that, like a checking process before the flow roles are even assigned, even, or like incorporate the check-in as like a way to assign the flow roles, like if the flow roll rotation is like good in a way, but also it forces people to do them. And I understand there's an element of like we have to do work, but it's like also like that's where I get stuck on the discipline, like doing work we don't want to do versus like genuinely matching someone with their flow role in the right niche and environment, right? So like, how do we maximize the flow roles and the people's placement of that?
well, there's gonna
And
be there's gonna be a negotiation, of course. Like even before I said, well, nobody's gonna be able to work every day, so we're gonna have to negotiate to cover each other's shifts sometimes. Like it's the same thing with normal jobs, except the shifts are happening in a human-centric way. So if you need to get a day off, or you're on your period, or but that negotiation, it will have to have good reasoning, right? So I mean, if there's going to be times where you shouldn't be doing a flow roll, right? And you're scheduled to do a flow roll, but like wisdom says you actually shouldn't be doing it. And there's going to be other times where it's like you're scheduled for a flow roll and you don't feel like doing it, but you actually wisdom says you should do it. So one of them's going to require discipline, and the other is going to require not. So that negotiation is really just chizzy again in a certain way, sensuous chizzy. And then that's when people
so
invent.
I guess my follow-up question is how do you get people to be radically honest with the wisdom within the conscience, or like how do you get people to hear that in the first place? Because like there's like multiple voices going on, probably, at least in my head, that like of the voice of conscience, the voice of wisdom, the one that says do the aligned thing, right? And then there's other voices that say other options, and a lot of times people act in denial of that conscious voice, like myself. I think often in terms of addiction, weed especially. So like, how do you get how like when you're doing that choosing, like how do you get people to be radically honest with the wisest choice?
I think it's just about building trust and that you don't get fixated in the wrong fixities. I think that's when we feel abandoned, right? Like you said earlier. So when people know that when they do something wrong that they're going to be liberated some other time, they're more likely to share what the fixity is. So it's like, I used to say, Marlena, you're really unreliable. And you're like, well, that's not 100% true, right? Don't fix me there forever. And I'm saying, yeah, I agree with you, but we got to find your flow so that we know where you do become reliable. And, you
Yeah,
know,
I was gonna ask you to define fixity.
like you can't change when you should change. When you're trying to separate things that actually belong together. So you should move. You don't move when you should move.
Is that the same thing as me saying that the places that I'm stuck, those are fixities?
Yeah. Well, here's another paradox. There are good fixities and there's bad fixities, because even fixity has its place, right? The understanding has its place, but it's being fixed at the right place at the right time. So that's actually the perfect way to say it. Being fixed at the right place at the right time in the right way. So our negotiations will be like, okay, if you want to change something that's a fixity, like a scheduled flow roll, then you have to say why isn't it the right place for you? Why isn't it the right time for you? And why isn't it the right way for you? You might say, well, actually, I am supposed to do a flow roll, but it's the wrong flow roll. I want a different way. I want to do relationship builder instead of strategist today. So that's you changing the way. Perfect. That's it. Nailed it. So the negotiations should come down to these three things. Because think about it. Even Hegel says that each dialectical stage is fixed. Like, think about it. Pure being, pure nothing, pure becoming. Those are fixed categories for eternity. Right? They're not just fixed, they're eternally fixed. Right? They're worse than dogma. Right? Except that they're a true dogma. If they didn't make sense, they would actually be external dogma. So the fixity is not necessarily the problem, it's abstract fixity, non-immanent fixity. Because immanent fixity is truth and eternal truth, which is God or science, right? It's only when you have abstract fixity in the wrong place, wrong time, wrong wakefulness that it's it creates fragmentation.
Where does it come from? What
Misunderstanding.
happens before?
It comes from inverted consciousness. Like when you first become conscious, when you're first connected to God, right, and you're coming into this world, everything sort of makes sense in a certain way, even though it's all implicit. So it's all flowing as a baby. But when you become conscious, what ends up happening is that's the negative moment where the mirror stage starts, where you reflect on yourself. And then all of a sudden everything inverts because you can't be separate from something unless you're somehow different from it. So your consciousness inverts, so everything kind of goes upside down. And then you got to kind of like right side up all of it to the rest of your life. And that's what learning is you're just taking what's upside down and putting it right side up again. And that's what you already have it in your soul is right side up. But for you to reflect on it right side up means you have to go through the dialectical stage. So Hegel says that when you first become conscious in the phenomenology of spirit, you actually go through a moment of madness. And part of me is wondering if you get disrupted in that stage, you end up like you, Marlena, where everything's volatile and kind of backwards and you're self-sabotaging. We all have it to a certain degree. But people who have a quote-unquote pathological spiritual emergency level of it had something intervene at that time where it really disconnected and caused fragmentation. And that psychotic madness moment.
Yeah, but I wonder is all of the spiritual emergency a bad thing? Because it's like it was very like universal love connected by synchronicities. I feel like I was very much more somatically in tune with things. I was eating vegetarian basically. I was eating lighter. I lost weight. I like climbed harder. I like lived more naturally and flow in spirit. I experienced things much more meaningfully. Everything like was beautiful and just like more meaningful and saturated with meaning and like hyper like it was a hyper real world and like uh I I I think there's some goodness and some badness, right? I don't want to use such harsh terms, but I guess there, if that makes sense. Like I'm trying to I'm wondering why would that happen in the first place? If there's people that can access these dimensions like this, like it seems like if that's possible, that it would maybe serve some purpose, or could serve some purpose if people wielded it properly, maybe.
Yeah, but it's still even that's an emergency, still an emergency to somebody who's got a higher skill in there, right? So it can open up cracks of awareness, like to the caterpillar, the butterfly, that looks like an emergency. So emergencies, when done in the right way, in the right place, the right time, can lead to creative discovery. And you have a sensitive, deep mind, but you're not using it with wisdom, right? You're doing it at the wrong place, at the wrong time, in the wrong way. And we're trying to correct it with universal logic and trying to get your. We realize that you're not in control of yourself enough to do it rationally. You're not in control of yourself to do it emotionally. So now we're just doing it environmentally. And once we get you on this routine, you start to build momentum, then I think we'll be able to uncover new grounds of rationality where you actually be able to take an hour out to read Hegel and start doing the rational and the emotional. And the emotional will partly be with Trey and your interpersonal relationships and all of that. So I think we're on the right track. But yeah, right place, right time, right way from this is how you make something that's bad into something that's good, seeing it the positive and the negative.
Speaking of right wakefulness, I was supposed to leave about half an hour ago.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
That's the other problem is I can get sucked kind of into this because I worry about that because I think like while I agree the routine could be a
Look at that. Look at you having a somatic reaction. For some reason, the routine really bothers you.
oh my god. But I choked on my own saliva at that time though. Yeah. But the like routine of the ELMs themselves I think are good, but and the after chats are good and meaningful. However, they do take a lot of time, and so I should either multitask and be physically doing other things such as cooking, for instance, or doing cleaning up my room or going to the gym or whatever else, right? Or going on that run, which I can do while still being in this after chat. That way, I'm maximizing my time because if I'm just here, then I'm just blobbing on bed, and I don't think that's very good to promote a sedentary blobbing lifestyle for people, right? So, like that's also I think why I was talking about the inspired to do list at the very end of the meeting is to inspire action and be able to go into their next movement of the day with potential there and knowing what to do, right? So, it, like, uh, yeah. On that note, I should go to the gym while I have time to go to work at 4, and it's now 1:30, so I have 2 hours before I need to leave for work. And I should go to the gym because that will help maximize my potential, and I don't have time to tomorrow.
Well, no, you could really just leave, you could really just go for a run for half an hour, and it'll be like going to the gym 3 times, and then you have an hour to spare.
Yeah, I do need to do the half-hour run, but I can't ignore as well the strength training in my back because that's what really
You could just do,
like
just do the Supermans.
unlocks all the like little like tension points. Like there's a bunch of like I basically am like popping my back like a million times, but they're like it's not. I don't even know what it's like muscle or joints or something like fibers or all of the above and then everything in between is like popping.
I
My
really
back.
think, Marlon, just to say, I really just think you're going to the gym for social reasons to get another boyfriend. That's why I
What?
think you're doing it. Yeah, because it's irrational, right? Thinking about it, it's like, okay, it costs you money to go. You could do all the exercise at home in probably a better way. What's the real
Yeah,
reason why you're going there because you
I've tried to do the exercises at home in a better way, but my dad is not very encouraging of building stuff around here. I tried to
you
when
don't
he's
need to
like
build
building it.
anything. Just do the planks on your bed, go for a run. Like it's a very simple exercise that you don't really need any
Going
weights
on a
for.
run hurts my back though.
What's that?
I'm saying I need strength training for my back, and I don't think like I need to at least use free weights. I think I could probably manage to do everything at home with free weights, probably if I did it properly. But the thing about the gym that's easier is the machines are already aligned and align your body in the right position. And to do the
Marlena,
The
how did
bottom.
human beings who are 50 times stronger than us right
Well,
now
I don't.
survive ice
Okay,
ages
so
without workout gyms?
and so that's what I'm saying. This goes into my question of how much do you grind yourself in your willpower versus the environment? Because I'm very, very sensitive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What is it about the gym environment? Well, the gym environment's social, and it gets you out of the
No, because
house.
I
That's what
don't
it
talk
is.
to
That's
people
all it
there.
is.
I don't talk to people
Well, you still are a witness. There's another thing about you in voyeurism too. You like to be watched. Like your videos are about watching you dance, watching you sing. It's about
there.
watching you.
Which is ironic because I actually most of the time avoid being perceived.
Well, I don't know, but that you want to be perceived naked too, on top of it all. So, and you also had that drawing. Like I was going to tell you this earlier, but one idea that keeps coming to my mind before you go here is you have that picture of all the eyeballs looking at you in the car. And part of me feels like you feel deeply, deeply alone in a solipsistic kind of way, which might be causing the suicides, and that being watched reminds you that it's the purpose to life or something like that. I just read an article on solipsism about that feeling. Um, it causes derealization and a bunch of other things. So just trying to connect those dots. There might be something to sublate here, but I'm just saying, could have compressed more time if we thought about that more wisely. But anyway, it's better than nothing. So go and do it. I don't want to discourage you.
Thought about what whole life is.
The gym, going to the gym,
Oh, oh.
and also going to
Yeah.
aerial silks too.
What about it?
It's $250 for 13 sessions that you could be doing on your own.
I know I haven't paid for it in a while. I haven't been paid for it. I haven't been going. And I've been suffering the consequences. I'm like all burnt out and stuck up in my back. So I need to do something. And so I need to go to the gym now. They have some actually really good machines that I think uh if I stick to using them are really good in my back and
Really,
really help
really
me.
though, like, do you have any really close friends that you hang out with there in that city, Marlena? Like, no, not foreign friends, but close, like, can go to the
No,
park with.
not in the city now.
Yeah, so I think it's really just approximating your friend life area that you just have no one to hang out with, and you're doing it through silks and you're doing it through
I
gym.
when I go to the gym, well, aerial silk maybe to some degree social. I kind of see that, but also every time I go, I'm actually kind of scared now because every time I'm kind of thinking of even switching aerial silk studios because I feel like every time I go to that aerial silk gym, I get weird, like socially weird, and now the social risk factor is like so like weird and funked up that I feel like I literally want to go to another aerial silk gym, but also for other reasons too. The other aerial silk gym is right next to my work, but I can't consider this until I get more money because I finally bit the bullet and bought a phone last night and split it into 3 payments. So, but that's still like a lot of money, and that's like it was even a refurbished phone too, but still, that's and so what was I gonna say? I have like the Lyra stand or whatever in my backyard. And my dad said I can't hang the silks off of the trees in our backyard because they're way too old and dead, which I think is probably true, maybe. But it looks like there's kind of one branch that I could maybe hang the silks off of, but I don't know if I could risk that. But I'm like I did that before where I lived in Tahoe. I hung silks off the tree and I had a professional climber, literally a highliner person, hang it up for me and we hung it up together, um, and then Highland. So it was sick. But like, um, I am in the process of setting those things up, I guess, and figuring out a way to do that. I guess is what I'm trying to say. I just am a little stuck a bit in doing that, but I am working through it. And I have the Lyra hoop set up in my backyard, but the Lyra or the what you call it, the frame is so small that you get stuck on it, like when you're moving around and you hit yourself. So it's actually not the best setup, but at least you can hang the hoop, so it's something. But I can also hang my silks off of it. It's just a really humid environment, so I have to take it down every time I put it up, which is fine theoretically, but it's also an effort step in the sense that I have to take out the ladder, go up the ladder, do risk that and then hang it up and then take it down, all that. So it just makes it a little less appealing to my brain, which is already seeking the lowest effort options. And that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out how to reprogram is how to get my brain to stop seeking the lowest effort options, um, and to be okay with putting effort into things again and to actually enjoy like hard things again, which is why I'm having such a all these questions around sublating that and discipline and all that, whatever, right? I'm
Right.
trying to meta program that, so I'm struggling.
Well, that's good. I learned a couple of particular details, like your dad not helping and all this, and your phone too. Good. But okay, let's leave it there. Go actually get in the gym because now I sense that yeah, you're getting sucked in and you should probably go do that. I think you should just do the run though. Um, and the
I'm doing the
blanks.
run. I'm debating if I should run here. The sun literally just came out as I said that, so I think I'm gonna run here and then go to the gym for strength training stuff.
Okay, I might have to go to some kind of social club to go meet actual friends too. Well, we're your friends too, but we're not local friends. You need to go do something physically
Yeah,
with them.
I was thinking about that. I don't know how to meet local friends here because I I don't know how to meet friends in a place I don't want to be because I'm hesitant to do so. A, because I want to leave, so I don't want to like deepen my bonds too deeply and then just leave. But then also uh, because I'm afraid of getting sucked into the lifestyle of people and like a sucked into a lifestyle that I don't enjoy. It makes sense like that's not the core authentic me, but still somehow like enjoying it, which maybe is not a bad thing, and maybe that's part of still me. I don't know. Actually,
Hmm. Well, I think we're all struggling with that to a certain degree, and it comes down to matching. So, I think eventually we probably will be able to start putting these on meetups and start getting people in here. Maybe that's what we could do. I'm starting to get feelings of meetup using meetup.com because that's how we met Joe. And Joe's quite a
I
stellar
didn't,
dude.
I didn't know that.
What?
I didn't know that's how we got you. Thanks.
Yeah, it is. I was teaching scintillating science of logic. The 4 sessions I taught actually got Joe, so it was kind of worth it. But I want to teach more, and as the meetings start getting going, and we start getting people investing with a spirit license, then I can be freed up to start teaching Hegel and starting to get the proof of truth out there. If I survive long enough, like these headaches are starting to get pretty scary, actually. Usually they last a little while, but this has been 2 days of headaches, which is why I'm going to eat tomorrow. Is you know
Like what kind of headache?
just a frontal on the front left side of my forehead is an ache. And now it's like a
Oh,
full, it's starting to become more of a full brain, which is I never get any headaches, so it's bizarre, but we do need to get these blessings done. We got 19 more to do. Somehow. Something feels off the
just simply the lack of like electrolytes in your body, because I think that hits you the fastest, right?
Yeah, it is. That's
Or
exactly what it is. It's just that it might be damaging my brain now rather than taking out of my fats.
but
Because yeah, like there before, like if my brain is low on electrolytes, what it'll do is it'll just convert glycogen from my liver and then convert a pound of fat to like, electrolytes or something or energy and sugar.
yeah,
And now it's like, oh, we don't have any sugar or fat left. I either take it out of your heart or I take it out of the brain. You know what I mean? It's like it's making these pretty bad trade-offs, and that's what I'm
oh
kind of worried
god.
about. So yeah,
So you don't think it's taking out of your fat reserves anymore?
I do. I still think it is, but not as efficiently. Like the fat that it's burning now is like getting to be the bare bones. Like I technically we're still on track. The last two meals we beat the 6 day deadline, so like we're actually on track.
Did you try to like fatten up or anything before the hunger strike?
Oh yeah, I ate like crazy before the hunger strike. I was actually 5 pounds over what I normally am, which is hard for me to do.
Yeah.
And I was poor too, right? So I was eating rice, a lot of stuff. But yeah, I was heavier than normal because I was worried that it would take me a while to build that momentum.
Well, really, what scares me the most is that I just gained, I looked at the scale, I gained 25 pounds in 2 months. I think, I don't even know what to think. But that just happened, like, that, like, I wasn't, like, gaining or losing. I was actually kind of losing weight for a little bit before that. I lost, like, 7 pounds. I went from 188 to 183, and then out of nowhere, I'm now 113, or sorry, 213.
213. Wow, that is overweight, Marlena.
That's the heaviest I've ever been in my life. Like I've like a few times bounced up to 200 and then quickly been able to get it back down to at least 180 something. It seems my body like hovers around like 183 or 188 a lot. That seems to be like its typical weight, but or like step point or whatever. Or I feel like the fat cells have memory or some shit. But maybe I'm wrong about that. But like I feel like they kind of do. What's it?
Okay, well,
But but I've never been this heavy before, and I don't know that's kind of scaring me because that's never happened. That I've just gained 25 pounds in 2 months. Like, why did that happen? And what do I do to reverse? I mean, I know what to do to reverse that now. I just need to implement it, and that is the problem. I'm like giving in to shutting off my conscious and just doing the unconscious behavior because it temporarily fills that hole or whatever, satisfies that need, but it feels bad. And I don't know how to untrap myself from that. Like I do know, like in the sense that I just need to make a different choice, but like how do I do this? How do I just do that? How do I do
you choose it like you're doing with the waking up in the mornings, come to the meetings, and doing the Vivance on time. I think these are the real stages, and if you set up that automatic payment, so if you miss things, then you don't have an escape that way too. Then it gets you moving towards not just talking about it, which is what you're good at, talking, and then actually following through.
And then
So,
that's what I mean, the I struggle with the embodiment.
well, here's one thing:
Because,
we're procrastinating right now. Go do your workout, and then this week you stay on some kind of schedule, and then
okay,
hopefully we'll see you tonight.
yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
See you
Peace.
later.
Hasta la vista.
Hasta la
And
próxima.
if you're late, go for the run instead, because that could have been my subconscious nudging. Okay, peace out.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I switched the stream over fluidly. Oh, I'm exhausted. It's such interesting conversation, but my energy's fading, and it feels good to know that we're on track. But how did I go from 35 meetings down to 19? It doesn't feel right here. Oh, Sahani there?
Oh yeah, yes, I'm here. I was watching this beautiful match, Manchester, Chelsea.
Okay, so let me use the washer for a second, then I'll ask you what you thought of our conversation and what we should do next.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second.
What should I do next?
Just give me 1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, Sahan, what do you think?
Okay. What about what do you think about what exactly?
What should we do next before the next meeting?
Or in the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a nap here in the next little bit. But based on my conversation with Marlena, like, is it fair, on one level, is it fair that you guys, for every $1 that she makes, you guys have to work 14 times longer, right? So on one level, she has a lot more economic power over people in exploited countries. But on another level, for the $3 that you guys get in an hour, you can buy an hour's worth of food for $3, right? Whereas for her, like over here in Canada, for $3, you can't even buy a box of fries. Like, you can't buy anything. $3 doesn't get you anything. Maybe you can get a piece of candy. So you guys get food for, like, you get like 2,000 calories for an hour worth of work, but we get nothing. So there's that imbalance is the economic crisis of God's being out of whack. Um, so even though it looks like it's unfair that we're getting paid more, our dollar's worth more, our cost of living is a lot higher. So in the end, it kind of does balance out, except that we can control you with the money supply, right? That's exactly how the United States stays in its hegemonic power. Um, so there's a contradiction there where it's like, well, how does it keep that? How does it keep its economic power when the cost of living is so high? And yeah, I think it is exploited labor. Um, if we rebalance the equation and all the labor was done in the States, then it would rebalance the global economy, uh, which is exactly what the States is trying to do. But everybody's complaining now because the prices are going up by 300%. Because in order to produce something from North America and a North American factory, you got to pay the workers $35 an hour. So what the United States is doing is it's causing other people to do the work and then selling it back to them at 7 times the price. So that's fundamentally the problem we need to fix here economically. But the poor in each country shouldn't have to pay for it. That's Marlena's argument is, how do we pay her $35 worth of food per hour? Like it's equivalent to what you guys would get in purchasing parity. How do we give her that purchasing parity for doing the same amount of work in the same hour, but having less political power over you? So that's it right there. That's the solution. We have to make a trade-off between political power and economic power. So for example, Sahan, it's demoralizing, it's dehumanizing that Marlena can pay $3 of her, like basically pay you with 14. So 5 minutes of her time is worth an hour of your time. So she could pay you to do something in 5 minutes of her time. Which is political, right? She can tell you what to do because she has more political purchasing power. But economically, you win because you can buy more with that dollar than she can. So if you gave her potatoes that were worth $35 an hour, but she made a deal with you saying that you get 14 times more decision-making power than you currently have. So when it comes to redirecting resources or making choices, that you get 14 times more voice, that would balance the equation. Would that even satisfy you? Like, would that solve the issue, or what do you think?
Okay, okay. You see, the problems comes when there is comparison. That's how human beings work. Like, if you give me $100 today, $100 today, and then I really appreciate for that and say this is good, and then I realize you gave my friend 150, I will start saying, hey, why? So at first it was a big, and I really appreciate it. But now that you give my friend 150, I'll be with question and a little bit like not satisfied. Why did you give him 150? And that's how human brains work. Like, but this is the case. I guess you everybody have to consider if I'm making like on your own level. So if we can get down to the bottom of it and calculate and see, hey, what is the GDP or what is the average salary of how much can we pay you to sustain you in a specific country. So if we look at individually and come to a certain place, hey, come on, you're here for 1 hour, it's worth it for everybody. So the rate that this is gaining for 1 hour is not the same rate for the other one doing the same role because they experience different economic level.
Exactly. And comparison is external relationship.
Yeah.
It's necessary in some way, in the right way, but it really just means returning to each other needs to happen. So we grow together, right? That's what it all is. Spirit trying to keep itself together.
So if we find a place where we can flow together at the same time, like the $3 for me, it's not the same $3 for her. So how do we make her? Maybe suppose she does more roles.
Okay.
So we can balance either with the payment or the roles.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there will be a priority. Hey, if she does appear, then let's give her maybe 6 roles at a go. Every meeting she appears, so that she can make more in that 1 hour. But and then the rest we can divide between us. So we just make the receiving. So we have that two options. So either like that, or we change, we change the amount payment, of which if you say change the amount of payment, then it would be a little bit, hey, come on, why giving that amount and you're doing the same road, one road, one road. But if the amount of payment remain constant for all the roads, and then she's given priority to do several roads, then come on, she's worthy because she has done this and this and this. So and I've only done this, so I'll get my 3, and then maybe she gets 9 or 12 because she has done more roads. So that would be a bit on the. I'm trying to look at the whole scope, but for me, it's okay with whatever the case. But maybe other people will see differently.
Okay, so what was the last part with Marlena? You were saying that if she did a different role at a different time or a different price?
Yeah. So maybe the best it could be different roles, several roles with the same amount. So if you say we're paying you $3 for every role you do, and then you give her priority to do 3 or 4 roles, you see. So she'll be adding more, which is wanting to be that time, and then the other people will be satisfied because hey, come on, she's doing more than me. So if we can just say, hey, maybe let's adjust the payment because we are doing the same roles and she has more, right? Somebody will not look at it like they can't see economics level. Somebody will look at it like, hey, come on, why is she having more? Sound a little bit unfair, or yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying as long as she does more work, she gets more pay, is that what you were saying?
Yeah, something like that. It's a better option maybe compared to increasing the amount. Because on your end, maybe how high can you pay her? Doing the same roles.
Well, she would have to. So you guys, so $2.50 is the average wage in Kenya, or actually $2.
Yeah,
So if we pay $3,
yeah,
it's equivalent to her $35. Actually, it's above that. It's like being
yeah. It's
paid
about
$40 an hour, which is crazy here. So it's like 40
yeah.
bucks an hour.
And at the same time, you see, you have to consider where the source of that money at your case level case, like yeah, you cannot. So if it's the supply is as low as it is, then and then this 1 hour which very high rate in the US, and then you have somebody who's, if it's cut if the amount cut across, then somebody will be really celebrating, and then the other guy will be, come on, this is not even worth it. So if the price cut across, doing the same roles, being paid the same, somebody will be happy and the other one will not be happy. So but we consider again how the supply of this because if you say hard to do, you pay her $35 per hour for just a role, and then that means she can also pay all of us the same meeting. She can pay all of us
Yeah,
for three. She can pay the rest and still remain with something.
exactly.
Yeah.
But the question is, she still needs to buy groceries with that money. So she got 40. Like the thing is, the money is the problem, right? So if we physical goods and service, like access to physical goods and services is really where the magic is going to happen, right? And this is what remittances are. This is what the immigrants do, right? Somebody comes from, let's say, Kenya to Canada, and they work for even $15 an hour, which is like, still like it's like 7 times more than what is made in Kenya. So even if they take half of that, pay their bills, pay their basic living costs, have a couple of nice things for half of that, and then give the other half back to Kenya. And then let's say Kenya, their family back in Kenya, buys a bunch of food and then ships half of it back to that person. Then that person has like, 2 weeks worth of mace for half the prices of what it's being sold in the United States, let's say. So their family gets better, they get more food, and they worked half the time. Like it's that kind of thing is what immigrants are doing right now. And we just need to make it so that everybody's like that. So in order to approximate, we need to approximate $35 an hour because there's no way that we can pay $35 an hour to one person when we can pay people $3 an hour to do the exact same work at the same quality. But we can't. It's also unfair to Marlena that she takes the hit, where like she's working just like you guys are, but she can't do as much. Do you know what I mean? So there's an inherent unfairness there. And then once we get the prices figured out, right? Then people will look at me and be like, "What should I get paid?" And then the equation will balance, I think. Because I'm given a lot right now to fix our situation. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm literally potentially sacrificing my brain. And people don't think you don't have to go on a hunger strike. It's not necessary. Yes, it is. My 75,000 hours of activism says it is, right? And the naive thing is to think there's a different way without giving a good answer. So I'm giving that to, and then I'm also giving 70,000 hours of information that I learned at a university level that I paid $50,000 for. And then a $50,000 patents and a whole bunch of things. So it's like, well, how do you approximate for that then? And so all these fairness calculations is exactly what we're talking about now. And that's why the potato thing would be really good to figure out, is because she will eat potatoes. That's cool. But, the $650, like, why does it cost so much like, couldn't you just put the potatoes on a ship instead of an airplane? If you ship them, you said it's what, $200?
Shipping is way more easier. In fact, but it take a little bit longer compared to the plane. So we need to find a way that a special container that can keep them, because they are very very simple. So if we stand on and not place it in a cool and dry place, go bad, all of it. And if only one potato goes bad in a bunch, in a sack, maybe the whole of it starts going bad. So that delicacy means that because if we do for the sea, because just even I don't think it's enough. According to what I've seen, it's more than 35, maybe $35, something like that.
Like 35 Canadian dollars or 35 American dollars?
35 American dollars.
35 American, okay. Let me think here. So to Charleston in the United States, what is the cheapest way to ship 2 weeks potatoes to Charleston in the United States, so that the net benefit of shipping 2 weeks of potatoes for a family of 3 would be cheaper than buying a bag in the store at Charleston, United States. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Because $35 is not bad to ship it if it's 2 weeks of potatoes. Like, how much potatoes is that shipping? $35.
Yes.
Yeah, how much would it cost? How much would you ship? Like, how much potatoes are you shipping for that $35 shipping fee, or is it unlimited?
For for $35. So I was looking at it. Maybe we need to get a container. So I was looking at it in terms of container. So if we can find a way to put inside a ferry container, then that more easier. It will be surplus because we'll have a lot of it, almost 28,000 tons kg.
Wait. 28,000 tons of what?
28,000 kg
Is what the
kilograms.
35.
Kilograms. Yeah.
Wait.
In one container. Yeah.
Okay, wait. You mean buying a whole container, which would be a huge amount of potatoes, right?
Like using one container to transport it. You just like you're not buying for yourself.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So from your farm, how much potatoes are you taking from your farm to the shipping place?
To the shipping place.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
this what we harvest almost 100 to 150
100
sacks
sacks. Okay.
sacks of potatoes. So we always sell it at 3,000. It depends because you have peak season and then you have dropping season. If it delays a little bit, then it gets higher. So maybe 3,000 Kenyan shillings. If you do math, yeah, 3,000. That is $23. So 23 US dollars for a sack, full sack.
Is how much you would charge.
So yeah, this is how we charge it in Kenya. So our full sack we sell it that. So we sell it in terms of sack. So the people who have it in sack, they proceed ahead and then they put it in different small portions and then they sell it. Maybe I don't know. They break it and then they sell it in different portions, small portions now, because it was the all sack. They make a profit out of it. So for us, we just do it bulky, and then you have the retailers who can keep them, and they have big warehouses. They can keep them dry and safe. In the meantime, they distribute it portion by portion.
Okay, so you're charging $23 a sack to the shipping yards to America, but for local Kenyans, you don't charge them 23 American dollars per sack, do you?
No, 23 is if transportation cost maybe from the farm. So you see these things are pre-booked. Like hey, hello, I will be this season I will be taking 100, I'll be taking 2, I will be taking 10, I will be taking 50. So before even we harvest it, we know who will take how many. So when they are ready and we have harvested, the transport cost belongs to the buyer. So the buyer maybe, but it's not that expensive. Maybe 10 to 15, 10 to 15 place there. So if 10 to 50 is the transportation cost for taking even up to 100 sacks, because you use it by the transport container or something. So you take it to areas which are more populated, towns and stuff like that, because that's rural area where you get such big massive land. So the transportation cost which would be 20 to 50 dollars, and then you have all maybe 30 or even 40 sacks, and then these 40 sacks you make profit from each sack. But we've just sell the 30 sacks by 23. So if we say 23, that then we have made $682 for the whole harvest. So most of the time we have maybe 150. We get 150 sacks. So I'll say 150. That's 3,450.
Kenyan dollars or American dollars?
$3,450.
What was that? Sorry?
$3,450.
The Canadian American dollars?
American dollars.
Just off the potatoes harvest. Okay.
So this is just the net salary we are getting out of it. Now we have not deducted all the expenses, and then they are not organic. We use fertilizers and stuff. You were talking about on how to make it organic and oily.
Yeah.
We'll be there, but it's not organic. So if we take down all these expenses and labors, people to harvest, people working on the farm, and all of this, yeah, you get almost $800 US dollars, 800 between $500 to $800 profit.
Okay. What kind of fertilizers and chemicals are you guys using? Are you guys using like glyphosate or anything like that?
Like nitrate, potassium nitrate.
What's the company though?
nitrogen.
What's the company so we can check to see if it's Monsanto?
Yeah.
And
Kenya
then
fertilizers.
yeah. Because if we can get you transitioned off of there at a good price point, then that would be really wonderful. And $500, $600 in Kenyan shillings is not a heck of a
Almost
lot.
60,000.
What's that?
It's 500. Say 500. Let's say 500. That is, that's 65,000. 65,000 Kenyan shillings.
Is that like a month's worth of wages for a person?
Yeah. That's somebody who earns very well. Yeah, in Kenya. Earns almost 65,000. These teachers, doctors, 65,000 per month.
Per month, okay.
Yeah, so we have we use what you call DAP, we use CAN, and then add urea. Yeah, that's calcium ammonium nitrate, and then you have urea, which is the DAP, and then you have the ammonium phosphate. All of this.
And it's all from the same company that you're buying it from?
Yeah, we specify the company because most of the time the government provides this. So if the government does the supply, they control some of this. That's why I told you the other time there was a scandal for fertilizers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if they decide this time around you're supplying poisonous fertilizers to the whole country, then we are cooked.
So that's fertilizer is a big business then. That's why building the biodome is a really big potential quick win.
Yeah, that's a game changer. Yeah.
Okay, let me think it over. So it's not realistic really to get potatoes from Kenya to North America. Unless we got Marlene to grow her own potatoes.
To grow our own potatoes in Kenya or in North America.
In her backyard, in North America. Because if we got people growing their own food organically, it would take a little bit more effort, but like per dollar, they might be saving a lot more. Like right now, I'm sprouting these mung bean sprouts, and from a couple of mung bean sprouts, if it produces more mung beans, then you don't need to go to the store to buy anything.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, I'm just trying to figure this out. How can we, like, food is probably the easiest thing that we can reduce costs on, and same with rent. But we can't really change the rent too much unless we talk to the landowners. Which, if they're Christians or if they're spiritual, they might be more interested in this. But Okay, so we did a couple of cost calculations here, and they're not exactly organic, and it's not a vegan farm yet. So what kind of changes could we make to make it feasible to do those things?
To make them organic.
You have to go organic, that's number one, yeah. Like if you built a biodome, you could make your own fertilizers and then just spray it on your own crops, not have to use the government.
Yeah.
Or you could sell it to the government and they give it to you at subsidized rates. That's where the biggest quick
Yeah.
win is. But then if we can't bring potatoes to Marlena, then what else could we do to approximate the 35 bucks an hour that she would get?
Because food is a very better expense most of the time. Okay. What else?
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Uh,
Hmm. Yeah, I'm asking ChatGPT here.
yeah, coffee. Do you take coffee?
Do I take coffee?
Coffee.
If it's fair trade certified, yeah. You guys grow coffee?
Yeah, but not in our farm. fresh fruits, vegetables are strictly banned because of the pests, diseases. Things like meat, dairy, of course, those are not vegan, are strictly restricted in North America. And there are large quantities of cities that need special permits. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Darn it. So you couldn't even ship the potatoes, could you?
Yeah.
Okay, those ones are okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Let's think about it a little bit more until the next meeting, which is going to happen in 6.5 hours. I'm going to take a little
Yeah.
bit of a break because my brain is, oh, it's hard to be, it's hard, Sahan, but I'm excited. That's why I'm able to push so hard, is it's really great conversations. So let's see what we can figure out, and we'll meet again here, ponder it a bit more, and if there's anything that we can do that could be arbitraged, right? Where Marlena can deliver like 5 pizzas and then pay your bills for like a week, like it's easy for her, but then what would you give her in return is the question.
Yeah.
Like we have the money over here because of the historical injustice. So if we tried to balance that with you guys, what would you give back to us that wouldn't cost like $600 in shipping? Um, like okay, I got an idea. Like if she said okay, she delivers 5 pizzas and she makes like I don't know $50, and if she gives you those $50, then that's let's say it takes her 2 hours to deliver those pizzas. So for 2 hours she gets 50, whereas for you it would be almost 20 hours. So we save 18 hours. So for 18 hours, uh, you could do 18 hours worth of meetings, but then what does she get back that's worth $50?
Exactly. That's the big and the tough question.
I could teach her universal logic, but would she value that at $50 worth $50? Um, and that's me paying. Well, you're doing a service for me. You're doing the blessings. And I guess I'm paying you kind of a little bit. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I would have to pay her something, which would be universal logic. That's what she wants. Okay, well, I'll pass that by her and see what she thinks. And then tonight we'll see if we can create better time compression. Think of one thing that if we did it as a group for you, what would really save you the most amount of time?
Yeah.
Let's think about that. And yeah, the flock, if there's other people, even 1, 2, 3 people that we might be able to bring on that might have resources to share too, that we can help them help us and create a win-win-win. Let's start building out this microeconomy, and and yeah, we improved the Chizzy, but there's so much to think about. It's actually exciting. Okay, let me take a break, a nap, and then I need to do these blessings for Uswa because we're only 19 blessings away. So if we all show up tonight, that's 12 more blessings. So then we only need 6 more blessings by tomorrow, and then I can eat tomorrow. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, I'm already hungry. It's been 3.5 days without food. I'm so hungry.
Okay.
Actually, it's almost been 4 days without food. In 4 hours, it'll be 4 days. Or in no, 2.5 hours, it'll be 4 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Good progress. I feel really good about it. Is there anything else you think we should talk about real quick? Last comments? What did you really not like in the meeting, and what did you really like, maybe? Um,
Um, we reach somewhere we stuck. That's that's it. So every time we find a little time for cheesy, and then all of a sudden we are in the song. So if we can compress it more, so that we can have more interaction and discussion, and even find more solution step by step. So if we decide today this is the goal that we want to achieve in this meeting today. So in the next meeting, this is the goal. So if we can clarify on that, then it will be really important.
yeah, it's sending out an agenda ahead of time, but then it feels too structured. Well, we can try it, and the relationship builder can prime people too to talk about things that they're interested in, so they have a time to think about it ahead. And
Yeah,
as we get more structure with the chizzy, we can start thinking ahead. That's what really creates the magic. Because if you
yeah,
know that, oh, we need to talk about, did we change our tribe? Yes or no? Did we change our position of God or pure being? What's most nuclear for you right now? Do you have a question for somebody else? And finally, is there a new word that you want to place? And what's your definition of that new word that you want everybody to place? Yeah, so now that we have that, now we can predict the chizzy a little bit easier. So the chizzy should time compress. But now for the
yeah,
wisdom teams, there's got to be a way to do it. And I think it does have something to do with this structure and preparing. That's a good suggestion because I feel the same way. It's like there's so much to do. The time just flies by.
yeah.
Okay, let me lay down and ponder it and sleep on it. And I'm excited. And good job, San. Thanks for sitting through this, even during your soccer match, was it?
Yeah. Manchester versus Team Chelsea. It's almost over.
Manchester versus you, which team?
Chelsea. The great Chelsea.
Chelsea.
The Blues.
Which team do you root for?
I was rooting for Chelsea, but they have been hammered 2 goals so far.
Which country is Chelsea? Is that Kenya?
No. That's English. That's EPL.
Evian?
English Premier League.
English. You're a big soccer fan. You watch even if Kenya's not playing.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I used to play a lot of soccer. That was the one sport I was really good at with soccer.
You play soccer?
Yeah, not professionally,
Wow.
but in high school and stuff like that. Yeah, I was pretty good. I actually got into a league once or something, but we were too poor to afford it.
Oh,
So yeah, I love soccer. I was really actually really good at it. My friends and my family, my parents, they were all like surprised. I was whatever team I was on, I was always one of the best. So
wow.
yeah, I probably could have had a career in it, but I chose spirituality instead. I think I made the right choice.
That's why you're here.
That's right. Well,
I
we're gonna save the world. I think solving this arbitrage problem is the next stage, really. So okay,
yeah.
let's think about it. Let's see what ideas we can come up with in 6.5 hours, and if you can make it into tonight, well, it'll be early your time, I think. We'll see what we can do, and then I'll be one step closer to eating. But then we got 300 more blessings to it. It's getting kind of intense. But
Yeah.
okay, Sahan, have a great rest of your night or a great rest of your morning.
Yeah.
Morning. Okay. Okay, we'll talk to you soon, and thanks for everything, Sahan. Stay blessed.
It's
Keep
endless.
keep splitting. Oh, my head. I want to do these blessings for Uswa. I can't process anything right now. My head. Okay. Oh, oh man, I'm exhausted. Oh man, I'm pushing the limits when I do that kind of thing. Ah, ah, ah. Ah. Ugh. Computer woke me up. Oh, oh, oh. Mm, mm, mm. Oh man. Ugh, I'm feeling so weak. Oh. Oh man. Ugh. Mm. Ugh. Ugh. Man, I'm tired. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom and try and get going. Ah. 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 Oh, YouTube, I'm gonna have to turn you off. And just listen to some music so I don't get copyright struck. Okay, we use the washroom. We have the meeting here starting soon. I still don't have all the blessings done. I'm gonna create them all here very quickly. I have to wash these mung beans here again. It's sprouting. It's kind of exciting. Maybe we'll do that too. Having some potential breakthroughs here. Mixed syllogism.
criticize, and you compromise, you adjust, and keep flowing and focus on understanding rather than styles and accents, being so regional and language. If you understand, that's very nice thing I like about you, and that's very humble thing. I really feel comfortable. I don't see any loopholes or any bad thing that you can, I can say that will make me more comfortable. Thank you so much.
Wow, and I'm using the principles of how to win friends and influence people basically. That's why I'm trying to get you guys to use them too, consciously. But Nawaz, what's something we could do for you that would compress? I know you're comfortable, but how can we get it so that you got like 10 free hours per week, and then you can come into these meetings, even if I can't really pay you, it's kind of like, well, you were going to use that time on something else, but we did it for you better than you would have done it. So you have like 10 free hours, something like that.
So I'm at this stage of my life. I'm basically focused on learning. So I don't think it's all depend upon my pace and efforts. Uh, so the time completion. Can you please define what we exactly mean by time completion?
Br-
I'm pretty
How old he was too at the same exact time. Well, we had a synchronous thought.
Okay, well, yeah, how old are you, Nawaz? And I sometimes don't give my age just in case. You don't have to give it if you don't want, because I need to appear very wise to be, this messiah level authority figure that can compete with gurus who are in their 80s and stuff like that. Your physical age doesn't necessarily dictate actual wisdom, right? Age kind of approximates it. So you guys being 24, you might have more wisdom and more UQ than somebody in their 80s who just had a static mind state and didn't grow. So that's why you'll feel more comfortable in that. It doesn't matter your age. We use universal logic as the meritocracy for everything, including time compression. So what we mean by time compression is basically like doing more with less, saving you time. So like with Marlena, right? It takes her a long time to cook healthy meals because she's not very skilled at it yet. So if we had HelloFresh or a chef make her meals for her, and then just like cooked up a gourmet chef meal from a restaurant maybe nearby that where they have all the ingredients, so she doesn't have to shop either, which takes another couple of hours. Then the chef in 5 minutes can make a gourmet meal, which would have took Marlena 2 hours to make, and it's healthy and it's interesting and it's inspiring and all this stuff. So another good example of time compression is like you're compressing the activities in a shorter period of time. That's what the compress means. You're doing more in a shorter period of time and higher quality, not just quantity, but also quality. It's not just more has been done, but it's been done better in a better wakefulness, more efficient, more efficacious, all this stuff. So in terms of your example, Nawaz, one thing that I was thinking of that's a little bit too late now was like, let's say we had somebody who had a lot of money. We could have paid a plane ticket to fly you 12 hours across the country to the nearest town, and then you would have just taken like a very short cab ride or something to your hometown or your home village if there was an airport nearby, right? So 12-hour ride could have been done in maybe a 45-minute flight, maybe an hour flight with check-in and everything. So we would have saved you 11 hours, right? And you still would have ended up at home, probably in a more comfortable way. You wouldn't have your back hurt sitting on a bus. You wouldn't be exhausted. The quality of it might be better. In terms of environmental damage, though, like it might be worse because plane flights are more damaging to the environment. So like when we really factor in all the externalities, we're trying to find what is the best economic, I guess, commerce, right? What's the best, to use your background, best way to use all of our unique advantages to find ideas to combine them that would be better than if we worked separately. And that's sublation. That's a universal logical term. We're just doing that over and over again. That's what governments are supposed to do. So what's one thing though that would save you like 50 hours a week or a month, or like what's the highest amount of, what do you spend a lot of time on that you wish you didn't want to do, or even if you like doing it, it might save you time to come and do this to save our lives, because this is the thing that is going to make all the future activities worth doing. So I just burnt a lot of fudge time there. But does that help, Noah? But from 0 to 10, what is my answer? What do you give my answer for the?
Yeah, the examples you gave are really relevant, and I understood it. I'll give 9 out of 10. Yeah, so I really I understood your points, and when it comes to the 12-hour starving thing, my mother belongs to really a remote place, and to come to the city, which is the nearest airport, it will take around 3 to 4 hours. So it is really, it is we have to travel here from us, and yeah, it is in Western Ghats and the mountains, so too much inside, and you, yeah, it is time compression is basically outsourcing the work which is consuming lot of our energy and time for the professional who can do it in less time and do it the quality way. And that's really nice. But I think it will have a financial burden and uh, financial pressure. But at my time, for me, thank you so much for this asking this for your offer. Uh, I'm in a the early stage. It is uh, not it's not a requirement for me. I'll ask Uswa to please go ahead, and if you have something you can share. If you have any ideas, please go ahead. As of now, God has given enough for me, Alhamdulillah, and I'm happy with those decisions. Thank you.
Useful. You have the most time, but maybe a comment on that is why are you on TrueLancer then? But don't answer that yet. Let's go to Uswa.
As Noah's earlier said, and I agree that I'm not really the kind of person that who talks a lot, but I feel comfortable with all of you. Like I just already said, that I don't usually share much about myself with anyone, but here I feel at home. So, as you studied about the one thing that saves the most time, I think honestly most of my time is already free, so I don't really need extra time, and I usually do everything according to my schedule, and I manage it quite well. But I think, sir, if you could send me the lessons little earlier, it would probably save me some time and help me finish my time my time and my work more faster. And because until a task is complete, it's keep running in my mind, and I cannot settle until it's done.
Okay, that's one way to compress time, I guess. Okay, those are interesting answers. So I want to say one thing too is, in one sense, it's very honorable and respectful, and it's actually protective to not share your information, right? In some sense, to not be dependent on other people's protects you from codependency, right? But on another level, it also hollows out life and makes it lonely and insipid and brutal. Like a lot of people have fantasies of going out into the wild and like doing everything themselves, right? Like cooking our own food and harvesting our own crops, but when they do it for like 3 or 4 months, they realize how much work it takes just to do basic things. Like human beings have compressed so much time. Like in the past, to get like 300 lumens of light out of a torch, you had to go kill a whale, process the whale, harvest the blubber, and then light the blubber, and then have an open hut so you didn't suffocate, just to get a little bit of light at nighttime. And then you're risking burning down your hut and all this type of stuff. Whereas now, you flick a light switch and you get like 5,000 lumens in like 10 seconds. And it's better for your eyes, and you don't get blindness and all this type of stuff. So spirit means being together. It means taking risks for each other because life is better that way. And if you try and hoard power to yourself, it actually creates this backward cycle that we're seeing with draconian capitalism, right? This hyper competition starts up where to gain power, to make choices for yourself, you actually have to cling to it harder and harder and harder. It's the first way to gain power. And I don't know if you guys have heard of Machiavelli. He wrote a book called The Prince where he maps out those types of brutal governments and power regimes of princes where, and there's something called the 48 Laws of Power too. Absolutely brutal ways of maintaining power. But you can do it. It's just that you have to go to bed every night watching your back and wondering if somebody's going to kill you in the middle of the night while you're weak. You really have to trust your people, your guards, and you have to kill the ones that don't, the ones that immediately disobey you, kill them. Because they have your secrets. There's a whole bunch of crazy stuff that these guys have to do to stay in power. And Stalin was one of the worst offenders, you know, Genghis Khan and all these guys. But there's a second way to have power. And that's what we're building here, which is the power of spirit. And what Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Gandhi and Buddha and Jesus, they gave away their power and they got it back freely. And this way you don't have to go to bed watching your back every night because you know that your power is stable, that the people are helping you, not because they're afraid, not because of usury, but because they feel loved and they want to be around you. So that's what we're trying to create here. So there's a famous saying that says, you know, it takes strength to work on your own and take responsibility, which is true, being an adult. I have 1 minute left. But there's another saying that's less common, which is that sometimes there's strength in receiving. Sometimes there's strength in asking. And because you have to make yourself vulnerable to being helped and not just being the helper. That's why the government is structured in a circle. Everybody is a servant and to be served. Everybody gets to experience leadership and everybody gets to experience following. So all the dialectics are balanced. That's why we're trying to fix the exploitation around the world, because exploited countries are more like followers, right? It's hard to be a leader when somebody's sitting on your chest technologically, like the United States or China, and they're innovating ahead of you so fast. So who gave me a donation here? There's got to be a seconding. Oh, it's working. You guys are doing it. Okay. All right. It's working. Okay. So I am spending a lot of time talking, like 19 minutes speaking for me. Holy smokes. Hopefully you guys are getting some useful lessons out of this. So that's why we're encouraging a little bit of vulnerability, because that's what makes people feel comfortable, right? You can sense when somebody's like restricting information from you to protect themselves from you. And that means they intrinsically don't trust the space. So the more open we are, that's a measure of the space container. So as we get to trust each other, and how you build trust is reciprocity, right? It's like when you give something, you get something back that's of equal value or greater. If it's equal value, it's tit for tat. So it doesn't actually go anywhere, and it eventually does degrade into draconian economics and undermines real trust. And then it becomes mechanical and usury. It's like, oh. But real giving is you get back what you gave and you get more. That's how God feels. There's an overabundance that happens. So that's the combinations we're looking for. But it requires, to find those real opportunities means we have to be honest with the real problems we're facing in our lives. Because the negation serves the purpose of showing the real limit. And when you show the real limit, you can really grow. It's not artificial, right? You're really taking a real risk because you're facing the unknown. And that's what I'm doing with the Hungerstrike right now. Is I don't know how we're going to fundraise, you know, $100,000 worth of blessings. That's 300 grand. I don't know how we're going to do that. I have an idea, a couple of ideas, but right now people are marginalizing me and suffocating me, and I'm asking for help and being vulnerable and making myself look like I'm not as wise as I am, but I'm taking a real risk because we don't have time to do anything else. Okay, I'm talking a lot here. I want to save a little bit of time for Chizzy. Uswa and Nawaz, you didn't say anything to help us compress time to make the group even better. So, and in some ways it makes me wonder, well, okay, then do you really need the money? Should I hire somebody on Truelancer that actually needs the money? Right? So that's another question going through my mind. Because if we can help more people like God wants to do, then if you guys are stable and you can afford your tuition, Uswa, and your Pareto categories are quite high because you're from good families, then we should, with Sidq, right, help other people. So that's us acting godly together. I still want to pay you because that's what you guys got hired for. But if you guys want to help us compress time for other people, then let's do that. But okay, that's a great conversation, and I was not expecting those answers. I thought you guys were going to be like, yeah, pay my tuition and pay my, you know, but you didn't do that, which was more revealing. So with my 30 seconds left, I'll go into Chizzy. We'll do a merger. The vote is supposed to be 10 minutes, which I should have did like 10 minutes ago. But 10 minutes and 40 seconds of Chizzy, which will put us with 1 minute to rate. So we'll do a kind of merger-ish thing. So I'll use my time since I'm talking a lot. I want you guys to talk. I'm not going to change my tribe, tribe 5, logical nature spirit, because I think that's a true one. I'm not going to change pure being or God, which is pure being first in logic, and then God right after pure being, and then Jesus and Prophet Muhammad are in spirit as representations of those as individuals. And my nuclear dialectic is how can prophets have, how do you interface with God? How do prophets interface with God without some kind of medium to connect them? I'm sending it to Uswa and Nawaz as my question to them. That's also my nuke. And I'm out of time, so we're burning.
Go ask. I only have 42 seconds, so I'll answer your question part. Prophets are contacted by Angel Jibreel, and he used to carry the message from God. And it was, yeah, it was. I think you're burning Marlena's name.
Ah, what the heck am I doing here? Sorry. Sorry, Marlena.
Yeah, Angel Jibreel is the leader of. I'm not sure. I don't know to comment on this, but yeah, he's very profound angel. Um, I'll put in other angels like the angel of death and other. There are many angels. I'll put in Jibreel and other angels, but when it comes to the message, it was delivered by angels, and they have a capability that they can travel in very fastest way, faster than light maybe. Yeah, I'm out of time.
Oh, shoot. Okay, Uswa, you're in pretty much God mode. Oh, no, Marlena, you have time, so go ahead, Uswa. Didn't you already donate to me, Marlena? Oh, you did. Okay, well, look at this. Uswa, are you there? Okay, did you hear our question?
Angels in spirit.
Okay, but what about the pure being question? Same as Nawaz, pretty much? I wonder if there's a wrench here. This happens with Uso quite often. I'll donate 10 seconds to Nawaz. Nawaz, where would you place the angel, the specific angel, not angels in general, but specific angels? And I'm trying to pull up the Chizzy tribes, but I don't have the app downloaded. Um,
Yeah, it's it.
you put in spirit too? Do you put spirit ahead? Do you put
Yeah,
do you put
I
a,
put angels in the spirit and Jibreel I put on the top of all other angels because I think I must verify that he is the head of all the angels.
Okay, so does it come before Prophet Muhammad and Jesus in
No, no,
spirit? So they come after?
it doesn't come. Yeah, of course, after Prophet Muhammad.
What? And before Jesus?
All other, all
Wait, so okay, so the angel
other,
Gabriel.
these Yusuf, after every messages and for angels, and in that angels on the top it will be Jibreel.
Okay, so oh, what the heck did I just do? So it's ahead of pure being. I'm burning all my time to you, pretty much. Marlena, we're gonna have to burn your time.
And I will say angels are the pure being.
But do they have pure being, or do they come after pure being?
They are the pure being.
So does pure being come before them or after them? Like, pure being is not an angel. Pure being is what gives angels beingness, ideally. That's my definition, anyway.
I, I will say that it is the nature of pure being is the nature of angels and prophets for
So then, so
for
so
our knowledge, and God knows if there are many, but for our knowledge, what we have and what we received from.
okay, this is really interesting. Marlena, we're burning her time. Sorry, Marlena. Go ahead. Wait a second. We still have 6 minutes. Oh yeah, it's because we have 4 minutes for time for the music. Relationship builder, Gary picked the song, and we have 48 seconds with Uswa. Marlena, do you have some? And give a rating to the meeting too, either in the chat if you have time or not.
Plus 6.577. And then yeah, I'm unclear on the definition of angel. So if you don't have any time, you can speak in my time. I'm curious what your definition of angel.
I'm curious what their definition of angel is, because if an angel comes after Prophet Muhammad, but Gabriel is the one that connects Prophet Muhammad to God, then you would think the angel is closer to God, so that it can connect it to Prophet Muhammad, right? Peace be upon him. So how do you guys define angels then? Who's closer to God, Prophet Muhammad or the angels, and especially angel?
All the prophets and Prophet Muhammad usually closest to the God, but angel are the servants of God who just do what God orders and nothing else. They don't have free will. They can't think on their own way. They do what is told to them, what God orders to them.
Interesting. Okay, so Uswa, you have 48 seconds. Final comments on that, on your chizzy?
I have the idea, Mark.
Oh, hold on. It's her time though. I want to try and at least protect the women's time. And we can stay back and talk after the song too, because we're gonna finish on time. We're gonna have 4 minutes for the song. But Uswa, and pick the song of the person.
Yes, sir. Also the same.
Okay. Okay, rating is in the chat. Okay. All right. Well, as the DJ, we're technically 4 minutes on the timer for the music, which I wasted one time already, but we're still relatively time. So I'll introduce the DJ. It looks like the influencer. Why can't I find these roles here? A little bit discombobulated here. I had the roles memorized. So Uswa is the influencer, so she'll be our DJ. And Nawaz, who's picking the song?
As you have the highest rating, can you pick the song for Marlena in honor to Marlena, so that she feels good because Marlena has the lowest score. How this works?
Yeah, exactly. It's starting to get kind of extreme because Marlena seems to always have the lowest score. Not always, but
Yeah, the person having the highest score can pick a song to the person having the lowest score,
yeah, I was thinking about
so
that.
that they can feel good. And the person with the highest score can spread his good vibes with the person with the lowest score.
Uh,
Is that interesting, right?
I like that suggestion, but at the same time, it also, I don't know, because what if the person doesn't like the song? That's the only risk. Because, that would be cool, though, too.
uh,
But,
it's because it's supposed to be honoring like each person, right? So I mean, I'm supposed to get a benefit of it because it's my turn to play the song because I haven't played a song in the longest period of time. And then sort of as a compromise, you want to still make sure people are being picked up. That's kind of the intent, right? Or else like the depressed will always get to choose everything. And we don't want that because it creates that feeling around the disabled, right? It's like, oh, they get everything, you know, it starts to create that resentment. Whereas there's got to be a way to rotate it so that it's fair no matter what your disadvantages or advantages are. Unless you're going through something really extreme, like a 1 out of 10. So that way the song doesn't get monopolized by depression. Or yeah, novelty also changes in a way. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if you don't like the song, we can still play a song afterwards in the after chat. We can still do that. But um, I'm thinking that because
it's like a gift giving to the person with the lowest rating. If you don't like the gift, you just avoid it, and later we can play your song.
yeah,
Giving a cultural song. Gift has something. Yeah, it must be. When it comes to gift, it comes from heart. It comes from a sacrifice, and it should be a kind thing.
you know what? I'm gonna do a
You can
trifecta.
show what
Okay.
you can
Yeah, exactly. All right, exactly perfect time. So as the executor, I'm proud of myself. We did it. We sort of burned up your 4 minutes, Marlena, but we talked about your songs and stuff, so I think it's kind of fair. If you really have to go, you can go, and I can play the song if you really want it to be fair. But what I'm going to do is a triple. I'm going to try something totally new. Might not work, but I want to play one of Uswa's songs because her song Chaja Fikdaya Ki, that really good one. She knows how to play it, so pull that one up and see if Marlena likes it as much as I do because we have somewhat similar tastes. So I'm curious. Yeah, she did, but I think we could play it afterwards too. I'm trying to get it like a trifecta here, like me, Uswa, Islam, to you to see if you like it, because I think you might like it, and then we'll play your song right after, or your dance right after. Because I need to make the blessings for Uswa anyway. I'm trying Uswa; they're really interesting to me to do them. But maybe if you do some blessings, Marlena, I'll be more compromising. But for now, I really do just think this song is amazing, and I kind of want you to hear it. I was really blown away. So if you want to pull that up, and then if you want to stay to play Marlena, it's great. At least one of her short ones. Uh,
Can you repeat the lyrics?
it's like Chodr Chodra Fikara Di something like that. It goes Chodr and then space Fik space D.
Yeah.
Got it? I've already listened to it like 15, 20 times. So, and I really do love cultures. Like once you understand universal logic, you're not so sticky on the sensuousness, which allows you to appreciate other things. Ah, there it is. Okay, a DJ Flow Whisperer introduced this in honor of Marlena and you if you want, and me.
Okay, so I am the DJ today, and I dedicate this to Marina, Mark, and Max, all of you guys, and enjoy this.
Oh, you don't have to play 5 minutes. You don't have to play the whole thing. In fact, we'll play 3 minutes of this, and then the last 2 minutes will be Marlena's, and it's like a 5 minute song. That's work.
जिस दर पे गुलामों के हालात बदलते हैं, जिस दर पे गुलामों के हालात बदलते हैं, आसिया के दरबार में चलते हैं, आसिया के दरबार में चलते हैं। बुला लीजिए, बुला लीजिए, दुख दर्द के मारा कीजिए।
And yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that all happened. And we did the song. The song's starting to get controversial, which is good. The contradictions in the song. It'll be funny if the song becomes the most serious part of the meeting because it's where the sensuous cultures come in. It's where the finitude comes in, where you have to share. Um, so yeah, I actually think this is one of our best meetings. That's why it has the highest score so far that I've given any meeting, 5.9. Except you and I think had a six meeting once. That's the highest meeting for like more than 2 people. So yeah, and if you can help me explain pure being stuff to them more, it has like more social proof to it. But yeah, it makes me feel good that they're not really that desperate, even though Reese was saying something contrary. And she did tell that one embarrassing story. Okay. What were we supposed to do by today? You didn't follow through on the scheduling, but you came in today, which is great. But you didn't go to work, so you're gonna get fired? Like, that's crazy that you can just not show up at all.
Probably. I'll be fine.
You didn't make any money though today.
I know, but I might be scheduled on Wednesday, so I have a potential day to make up for it. So I'm working at 2 stores now.
Oh, okay. Did you look into the Tahoe store?
What?
Did you look into the Tahoe Domino's store?
Oh, no, I think the best way to do that would be to literally probably just call them now. Honestly,
Okay.
I would just have to figure out how to carefully ask questions without triggering something so they don't answer my questions anymore.
Hmm. Hmm. I think you should still keep pushing that vegan pizza idea. McDonald's just came out with their McPizza or their McVeggie in Canada. So the big chains are starting to try and make this push because I think they're starting to realize that we are in serious trouble. Yeah, when you know a big multi-billion-dollar conglomerate with 40,000 stores starts pushing vegetarianism to still tell people stop eating meat when their biggest market is that they basically made meat addictive, right? Means there's tectonic shifts hopefully shifting.
I mean, doesn't Burger King have like the Impossible Burger? How much did that really affect things?
Oh, Burger King, I think is just like a I don't think they're as big of a international trans. Like let's see how it compares. How much is Burger King? How many stores worldwide does Burger King have compared to McDonald's? McDonald's is 41,800 and Burger King, yeah, has about 20,000. So it has half as many. So it's still pretty big. Intense. Okay. Didn't know that. Okay. And Subway, I think Subway has, how many stores does Subway have? How about the top 20 chains? Let's see. Yeah.
Asked it, what's the environmental impact of introducing the Impossible Burger to Burger King?
Uh, uh, Wow, Starbucks is the next biggest one. It's almost as big as McDonald's. Then Kentucky Fried Chicken? Really? Yeah, Subway has the most amount, or the second most amount. It goes McDonald's, Starbucks, Subway, KFC, then Burger King. And that's all it notes for some reason. I asked for 20 and it didn't do it. So compared to conventional beef burgers, the Impossible Burger uses 96% less land. It requires 87% less fresh water and 89% fewer greenhouse gases. It causes significantly less aquatic pollution, freshwater eutrophication, and less fertilizer manure runoff. Okay, the imitation. Their soy sourcing isn't the best. The scale, the full benefit only accrues if a significant number of consumers purchase it over beef. How many people buy the burger? Let's say across 20,000 restaurants in frequency, and how many tons of carbon does it reduce from entering the atmosphere, and how much does it reduce global temperature increase? It only rolled it out to 7,000 of the restaurants. Impossible Whopper in the U.S. It probably became available at 7,000. Oh, it's in the U.S. In 2019, some franchises report 28 Impossible Whoppers per day per store. After initial buzz declined. Okay, so it has a stable 28. Wow, they're selling 28 per day. That's okay. Before it was 45 per day. Okay. So that means they sell around 76,650,000 Impossible Whoppers per year. Wow. In non-US stores, roughly 47,450,000. Wow.
And on my vegan friend, I eat them every now and then. It's been a while.
So yeah, in total 124,100,000 Impossible Whoppers per year are made. If all the stores are selling them. So carbon saved, roughly 6.05 kilograms of CO2 per burger, so 124 million times that. equals roughly 750 million kilograms of CO2 are saved, or roughly 750,000 tons of CO2 are prevented each year. So roughly 0.75 million metric tons. What this means for global warming. Global anthropogenic GHG emissions are on the order of 50 to 60 gigatons. A savings of 0.05. A savings of 0.57 million tons is 0.00075 gigatons. So it's reducing global warming by 0.0015 to 0.02% of global emissions. Think about that. That's barely anybody buying them, and it's saving. If everybody started buying those, it would literally be like let's actually do it. If everyone stopped buying the meat burgers at Burger King and all bought the Impossible Burger, how much would this increase the savings of CO2 in the atmosphere, and provide how much burgers per day are sold on average in each store, like you did with the Impossible Burger. Let's see here. So they sell about 28 per day. Saying that 90% are probably the meat burgers. Okay. It's saying that total burgers a day globally by Burger King is 4.5 million. Holy crap. So around 4 million burgers a day are meats. And how many did it say was non-meat? How many burgers per day? Uh, uh, oh yeah, 4 million. What? At 28 per day, it said it had like across all the stores 76 million Impossible Whopper burgers. If 30 per day. Oh, times per year. That was per year. Okay. Okay. So if all the burgers were, it would save 7.9 million tons of CO2 per year. Wow. So saving 7.9 million tons per year is 0.0079 gigatons. That would be 0.01 of global emissions. So we're saving 0.1% of total global emissions just with one chain going vegan. So if there's 20 chains that are roughly this size, that would affect almost 0.5% of global emissions just from American chains. Never mind 193 other countries, right? So, and if Salish Rao is correct, and the emissions are like 60% off, then we can multiply these numbers by 60% for the true cost. So that's huge. That's substantial, but it's still not It's roughly 14% of the world in the lower estimates, but he's saying it's roughly 80. Okay, interesting. Yeah, go vegan. Okay, so what happened today that you didn't do the rest of your agenda? Like we talked and then you just didn't go and work out, you didn't do the run, you didn't do anything?
Yeah, just been stuck in a like depressed phase. But apparently it's also the eclipse tomorrow or whatever, and a lot of people have been saying they've been feeling weird. I don't know how true that is, type of thing, but whatever that means.
Okay. Interesting. So what happened after? A little bit, but there's a superficial side, and then there's like the real side where it's more like it following universal logic. So there's a whole bunch of infinite stories that can be made, but yeah,
Your emotions,
everything
like
does.
your psyche.
Yeah, everything does. It does. They've even shown it scientifically that the moon's gravity affects people in a real scientific way. So it affects the tides, it affects everything. So every field in the universe permeates the entire universe. It's an infinite universal. It just gets exponentially weaker from the point of
What about things
locality.
like the full moon versus new moon?
Yeah, maybe. Like there's a little bit of something to that. I don't think Hegel focuses on it too much because, oh, that's what he says. He says the more sensuous you are, the more that stuff has effects on you, but the more universal and wise you are, the less it has effects on you. Because it
I'm curious, I've heard people actually genuinely report that, like, in psych hospitals, it is more crazy around the full moon. For instance, like, the patients are more rowdy and, like, more out there, whatever. But, like, if that's true, then, like, if that's a true actual phenomenon, like, how does that, like, how do the natural cycles of things, like even things like hormones, like affect uh understanding and universal logic with wisdom and like what was the other word of fragmented consciousness?
well, it engages the animal side, right? So the particular side. So the more out of control you are, right? The more addicted you are, the more sensuous you are, the more that stuff has effects on you. That's why animals migrate and they herd based on all those meteorological signals, and they pretty much operate by the sun and moon. And humans have a side to them that is affected by that if you're not rational. But if you are more universal, you can feel it, but you don't have to give into it. You don't have to be dictated by it. In fact, you dictate it, which is why we're able to change nature. So it's not necessarily a good thing, Hegel said. It's kind of like hypnotism. It's like most of the time hypnotic states or catalepsy or all these types of mystical states are seen as higher. Like channeling the divine is seen as higher. But Hegel actually says, no, it's not higher. It's a loss of self, and it's a loss of rational mediation, a loss of control, which means you become codependent on nature rather than codependent on another human. You're codependent on nature in the wrong way. You're still dependent on nature with the universals, but when you do it the right way, you see what's contingent nature and what's universal and true. So
Doesn't that like feel like letting go of our like naturalness in a way, in our feral nature, like in a bad way?
no, like there's parts of nature you want to let go. Anything true and beautiful in nature is because of the universal logic. But nature has a lot of randomness and Darwinian evolution. It's absolutely brutal, like lions eating their own cubs, and all these horrific combinations of RNA that were like self-immolating and brutal, and just there's a lot of, like, think about all those little baby chicks that get eaten by snakes, and just suffocating, brutal ways of dying. Like, they done studies to show that lions, when they go and kill a zebra, they bite its neck, and then it sits there alive for like 10 minutes bleeding out in absolute agony, while the rest of the lions rip it apart while it's still alive. It's just crazy. There's a lot of brutality, and like, you can see some more tribal people like cutting the feet and the legs off of a cow while it's still alive, and it's just sitting there while they're cutting it apart and skinning it. It's like, oh my God. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, and Descartes did the same thing. He thought, well, the rational mind is the real thing. Animals don't really feel anything. They're just a part of nature. So he went way too far in the wrong direction. He was cutting open, he was doing all the scientific experiments by cutting mice open and like right in half while they're alive, squirming. He's cutting their bellies right open while they're alive, squirming. Hegel didn't make that mistake. He says, yeah, the universal is a higher mode, but you don't treat animals if they don't have some kind of sentience. They're still feeling pain and suffering. So Hegel had the right perception. It was just, he was so far ahead of his time. So that's why he says the biggest cure to mental illness, and it goes against what your video you posted earlier, he says, is the talking cure. You talk to them like they're rational, and you make sure that your words are actually genuinely rational, not prejudiced. And they start to become more rational. They start to overcome and become empowered, overcoming that carnal madness. But you have to make sure that your words are actually genuinely rational, which our current psych wards are not. They're particularly rational, which can sometimes induce more psychosis and more mental illness and help create it rather than heal it. So yeah, I think Hegel was right. I think pretty much Hegel was right on almost everything except for the philosophy of nature, which he admits. But it's better than any other philosophy of nature I've seen.
Like we're wrong in what way?
Just that the way he put the order of the elements he was unsure of, and like, he still got general relativity right. He still predicted that space-time before Einstein was correct, which is remarkable that nobody talks about because they don't understand enough. But Hegel beat Einstein, and he criticized Newton before Einstein. So what's another one? The sex organs of plants. He wasn't sure if he was going off of Linnaean, sort of Darwinian stuff at the time. Yeah, but he was about Darwin. He was right about Darwinian evolution versus creationism. He doesn't talk explicitly about evolution, even though he does. It's really tricky about that one. So there's a few things in there that he just didn't know. Like, he couldn't see what was inside the atom. But he knew that eventually it reduces down to pure quality, which he was right about. It does reduce down to potentiality, which is superposition. That's another incredible thing. So you can see the timelessness coming through the particularity. But the fact that he knew his own limits is just a sign of how wise he was. It was kind of like that Socratic moment. He knew that he knew not, but he did know what he did know. So it was a brilliant comment. But yeah. Okay, I should probably finish these blessings here. Oh, in terms of conversation about paying you, Sahan and I did make a little bit of progress. We started calculating with ChatGPT the proper amounts, and you'd have to give up some kind of political control over him, because that's what the price difference gives you, right? Economically, you're at a disadvantage, which is odd to think about, because he can buy a lot more with his money in his country than you can buy in yours for the same amount. But in the contrast between the two countries, that's where you gain power. You can enslave him, right? With $3, you can get a lot more labor out of him than he can out of you. So on the labor front, the capitalist front, you have an advantage politically to dictate resource management. You can tell him where to go, what to do. So, and you can do that with 14 times more political power than he can. But economically, you can buy 14 times less with it. So there's a nice dialectic there, do you see? So I think that's where the real solution lies, right there. If we nail that sucker, then I think that the colonialism will be solved, your economic oppression will be solved, and then we'll start sharing in a much more equitable way and having real vulnerability too, so people stop putting on face and start actually telling what the real problems are, so we can get down to a real ephemeralization, real time saving, real time compression. It's like miraculous levels of time compression. You know, like I'm talking like doing everything with nothing, almost time compression. So we got that nailed down earlier. And we had so much. I wrote some of it down. Like we had so much that came out of that. Let me just look over it for a second. You said, can you really call the divine idea God? Yes. Well, developed God. Complete God. We're supposed to look into the Catholic churches. Father Justin. You didn't really do the Chizzy stuff properly. You didn't ask them any questions. I remember asking questions is a sign of respect, right? It gets them, you know, like it works, right? Like they said,
Like, what kind of questions do you ask?
like what I asked, right? I said, well, how do you connect Prophet Muhammad to God if there's no intermediary? And he said it's an angel. I'm like, perfect. We're getting closer. So what will probably happen is Prophet Muhammad, before Prophet Muhammad will come angels and Angel Gabriel probably. And then what he'll realize is that pure being comes before that angel and then Prophet Muhammad. And then that pure being is what God does to interface with the angels. And the angels interface with Prophet Muhammad. But then they're probably going to switch the angels or Prophet Muhammad to spirit, and then reorientate their tribe. It's working its way out, which is good.
And also demons, I guess?
Not with veritable being.
Also ghosts, I guess?
Not with well, Hegel gives this example of how like when mothers get afraid and stuff like that affects the child telepathically or psychically. But a lot of those things are constructible by the imagination and memory, but they don't have veritable being in the same way. So if they're real, they have illusory being. Just like we have illusory being unless you're aligned. So I would say they're not as real as the universal logic. That there's something that is in our image, which is space-time, whereas in the universal logic there is no space or time. So they don't have those kinds of bodies. They're really just the predicates of pure eternal existence moving in their proper wakefulness. So there's a version of that in memory in human behavior that has mimetic potential that persists, just like how if you bend a metal, even if you bend the metal and then you straighten the metal again, the atoms maintain the memory of the previous bent position. It's like a really bizarre thing. And not just like between the atoms, like it's somehow quantumly encoded. So something like that happens with us.
There's some sort of like fat memory going on too.
Fat memory?
What with body weight?
Yeah, there's methylation, right? On your DNA strands. Like that's why going on fast, like eventually could clean your DNA strands. It methylates in a different way. That's why like my DNA, like who knows what the heck is happening with my body. I guess it might be the same. Well, it's not the same as the global poor hungry because the global poor have gone way over. I'm going back and forth between super healthy eating and then back to starvation. Super healthy eating, back to starvation. Whereas they're still eating parasites. Oh, not a lot of the hunger problems are being solved, which is great. But we're moving backwards now, which sucks. We made some progress, but now we're going backwards. So yes, you're dealing with some intergenerational trauma and some momentum, but once you go vegan or once you make the choice and you stick to that, you can overcome those things. And same with your children. So yeah, I think once you get momentum, you might trigger the other hormonal system, which will give you all the benefits, which you haven't done, right? And then I think you'll get back into the ancient 400 million year old, animal body, and then use that in alignment with your universal self, and then trigger that. Like they triggered that for survival. Like that was like survival that caught them to trigger that. We can do it with our universal modern brain, right? So, and there's also a diet by that Brian Johnson guy where he said they've scientifically proved that his biological age slowed down to less than a 10-year-old, which is incredible. And it's very similar to my diet. And there's olive oil, and it was pretty cool because I think my diet's even better. He's not taking straight omega-3. He's taking flaxseed, which ruins his sex drive a little bit. So he should really be taking omega-3 algae oil. So yeah, that was kind of cool to see earlier today, and I was going to tell you about it. His meals are pretty simple too. It's like broccoli, cauliflower. It's like 2,000 calories a day. Yeah. But think about that. Also think what questions you would ask them to help out. Next Chizzy, if you come in the morning, which I hope you do. And I'm changing my alarm. My alarm kept going off at 5, and I turned it off, and I forgot to put it on 5 o'clock. So I'm changing that right now. I like waking up at 5 o'clock though, especially once I go to bed at like 9:30, and I sleep for 7 hours. Man, I wake up with a headache still, but I'm productive. Okay, done. Changed. Good, that's done. What else? Blaine Billings. Did you ask him about how to update his project or beat out his project? Marlena. Okay.
I went low energy shutdown mode. I'm in burnout mode. Like, is what it feels like. Like that's what the energy feels of it feels like.
Okay. Well, once you're a little bit more vulnerable and you start telling us what you're doing, you probably ate something that probably wasn't great. Let's
I mean, I
see.
already said chocolate earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, being fixed at the right place at the right time.
Polish chocolate from the Polish store. Oh god.
And your parents bought that?
No, I did.
See, the money, Marlena, is liberating you to do bad things, even though dark chocolate. Was it fair trade certified chocolate?
I don't know. It was all in Polish.
No, you'd see a label that said fair trade certified. Not cool, Marlena. Not cool. Okay, well, I think we basically covered everything. So try and do the Bill Blaine's thing tomorrow if you can. Finish writing that email if you can. I'm going to try and get these blessings. Like, I'm in pain. I'm going to try and get these blessings out because I want to eat tomorrow. We only got 6 blessings tonight, which means I'm at 130. I have 13. So if they all come tomorrow morning and you do a video, if you did a video, that would be the 13th blessing, which would be nice. Then I can eat tomorrow. Let me just double check this. Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, and the blessings are actually turned out to be very good. I'm really happy with them. It's getting hard to talk, actually. The end of the day is hard on me. So let's try and wake up again. So you're on a streak, right? So let's. Oh, you asked earlier too. Like, how do you make it so you don't break the streak? Well, you start predicting it and you start preparing yourself. And like, I wonder how my subconscious is going to get out of this tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to set my alarm. Oh, I set my alarm and I fell back asleep because the clock was too close to me. Oh, I didn't go to bed at all last night. I stayed up all night, so then I had to sleep till 3 in the morning because I stayed up till 4 in the morning. Whatever. Uh, or you started to have a panic attack. You started to have a heart attack. Or okay, well, predict all that stuff, all that garbage, and plan to plant positive seeds to keep you stable during that time. So plan a little snack at that time to calm your nerves. Plan a little bit of chocolate. Plan one smoke of weed that's maybe take 2 puffs of weed and then have a piece of chocolate to get rid of the addictive taste to it. Have 2 glasses of water. Reward yourself with a video that you could watch tonight, but you're not going to watch it tonight. You're going to save it for the morning to reward yourself for doing the right routine. Contact somebody that'll keep you accountable, like me. I'll be one, but you can contact another person. If your dad's an early riser, get him to check in on you at the same time. What else could we do? Well, there's only 3. There's rational, emotional, and pick something that means a lot to you, and then just do it in the morning, and make it sacred. Only do it like once a day or once a week, so that it means something. Lay your clothes out ahead of time for the run. Put your shoes out. Put your clothes out. Make sure your clothes are washed. You probably know all these things, but we're just going over them to make your brain think about them. Like, do that right now. Get out of bed, put your clothes out. Your running clothes, whatever you want. I don't even like to change. I just like, I just run in super normal clothes. I make one set my running clothes and that's it. Move your clock, your alarm clock, move it to the other side of the room and set the alarm on it right now. This way you have to walk across the room. And you'll have to choose to turn it off and go back to sleep. But then you have to pay $20 if you do. So there's another incentive on top of that. So like you can see, we're outthinking that toxic self-sabotaging part that keeps dragging you back in because it wants novelty or wants something. Get a picture of Tahoe, get a picture of mountains and start putting them on your phone. When you wake up, the first thing you see is a picture of the mountains or Yosemite that makes you happy. Do you actually already have that? That's one. Sketch the ideal place where you would live and put that as a drawing right beside you. Before you go to bed, mentally lock yourself in a room and project that your special room has these things that you're going to manifest in them. What else could disrupt you? Physical, mental, academic, spiritual, family, friends. Are there any special family occasions tomorrow? Are there any holidays tomorrow? Okay. Supposed to send these blessings. Okay. Okay, Uso's messaging me. Maybe I'll take that as a sign. I should do that. So do all those things, Marlena, and it'll be very hard. It'll be a crazy excuse tomorrow if you miss it. It'll be like hyper creative trickster stuff. And then it'll just expose what's in your brain that's sabotaging you. It's like you'll learn to look at yourself and be like, oh, what's this little gremlin doing? And I actually think it's probably an STD, some kind of virus or something that might be in your brain. Could be toxoplasmosis, Could be something that you ate from like Polish food that wasn't properly processed. Could be botulism if you ate a lot of canned food. Super neurotoxic, but you had a high IQ from your parents. Like I'm just wondering what it is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like 80% of the population has toxoplasmosis. Um, are you gonna do those things, Marlena?
I'll try my best.
Do them right now. Put your clothes out, put the clock away, and set your phone to auto deposit. So you deposit $20 to your dad. You can set a regular scheduled payment.
I would be paying with cash.
Why?
But he doesn't like being tracked by things.
Okay, so what you're gonna do tomorrow, do you have cash on you?
Yeah.
Okay, go to your dad right now and give him $20 and say if you do not wake up at time tomorrow that he keeps the 20. And then go and take out more so you don't run out of cash for a week's worth, if that's possible. Your dad's hardcore and intense. It's kind of smart. What other, like, just try and think of, like, what excuses could there be that it could create tomorrow? Like, it's 11 o'clock now, so if you don't get to bed soon, then you're not going to get enough sleep. So you might use that as an excuse. So maybe Us was text.
I work at 11 a.m. tomorrow, so let me go to bed right now, actually. Well,
Did
I'm
you
gonna mention that.
did you do the clock thing?
Did I do the what?
Do you have an alarm clock that's not on your phone?
No, it's on my phone.
Okay, put your phone on the other side of the room. On do not disturb, and there's a setting that you can put where if it rings twice as an emergency, it'll overcome the do not disturb. And did you put the clothes out onto your bed or your running clothes?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of already actually have them laid out, not gonna lie.
Okay.
They're kind of sitting right here waiting for me.
And maybe do 20 or 30, or I did 60 back planks like Superman's, so that when you wake up in the morning, you won't have this weird backache from sitting improperly all day. So you won't have some kind of back pull issue when you wake up, or like, oh, if you get blood flowing to your muscles and warm them up, then overnight they might undo some of the static positioning that might cause them to be holding tension. So that might be another thing to do. Send Dre a positive message or something so that when you wake up in the morning, he doesn't freak out and it causes a big distraction, emotional thing. What else?
I think we're good there.
Yeah, I'm thinking about everything. Your brain is super clever. Like, you're one of the most clever people that I've met. Like, you're dodging things so well. It's no wonder that you can't get out from underneath it. It's like a shocking thing. But I think that'll cover most of the things. It'll be really interesting to hear tomorrow how you get out from underneath that. Or you're just going to pay the $20. So, yeah, I would slide the $20 under your dad's door before you fall asleep. All right. Good luck.
Onwards and forwards, soldier, I guess.
That's right. Onwards. Carpe diem. Seize the day or seize the night. So, sleep tight.
Which is crazy because it literally feels like this morning's already just happened. So that's, actually wild, the time slippage. But yeah. Have a good night. Carpe noche.
Yeah. Keep sublimating either way. My head hurts. I'm gonna do these blessings and go to sleep here. Oh, we're gonna change the stream in a couple of minutes. Oh, a little bit of life coaching with M. Oh, oh, my head. Oh, ouch. Okay, blessings are almost done. 13 more to go. We have 199 blessings done. Thank gosh. Oh, okay. So we're gonna wait 10 more minutes maybe. Oh man, I'm gonna put on some music though to finish us off. Oh, I'm fading fast. I gotta finish this pretty quickly. Okay, let's reset the stream or what time? How much? Here. Few minutes left.